Hi. Hey. What's up, guys? It's Skycatlive. What up? It's 2:26 in the afternoon, 2:27 in the afternoon on a Monday. It's 1:12:25. It's 70 degrees out in my house, in my house, here is my clock. It is Monday, 2:27, 70 degrees, 1:12. What's up, guys? How are you? I am getting into some Fallout 76 and some X4 and some what is it called? Grand Theft Auto. Firing up all the different games and looking at the different stores and I'm going to deactivate. Put me back up on screen here. Ooh, Silent Hill F. I wonder if that's good. Where winds meet. Coming down to see the free game, which was Bloons. I think I already got that. Styx is going free, and I actually did like Styx. I thought Styx was a good game. Styx Master of Shadows and Styx Shards of Darkness are coming soon, and that's good. Those games should live on. They were good little goblin stealth games. I thought they were good for their time. Bought it on Superb Bay featured. Special for free lunch boxes and such. Yeah, and then we come back to play. I'm gonna get my headphones on here. Going live. Okay. $46 mil. I believe I will buy more mining ships today and put them to work in a different system. Or well, I'll buy like 15 mining ships and 15 protection ships, and I'll set them all to working with each other. So, and we'll put them in Argon Prime, I think. Or I don't know. Is there mining in Argon Prime? No, I'll put them in 18 billion, I think. I think I lost all the ships that I... We'll do Grand Exchange 1, I guess. Yeah, so go to the Argon port, buy ships. I want medium ships. I want mineral miners, or I don't know. Yeah, high preset. Okay, bring me into free mode. And, oh good, my base is up. I'm gonna take a look at the challenges today. Craft any chems, complete a mutated public event. Getting down on these weeklies. Or ultrasite ore or ultrasite scraps. Complete the event, sinkhole solutions, kill bounties from group 2. Kill a Burning Springs Agua. Alrighty, let's go see what's happening in the world. Oops. Muted.
Say her name. Renee Good. Say her name.
Renee Good.
And I say her name. Renee Good.
Renee Good's name was chanted all across the United States this week, and it's been called the Ice Out for Good movement. There were people going out into the streets in Minneapolis, New York, Los Angeles, Houston, Philadelphia, Boston, D.C., and on and on. And in total, even the activist group Indivisible saying that there were at least 1,000 events planned just for Saturday and Sunday.
Stand up, fight back. No hate, no fear. Immigrants are welcome here.
Hey, no fear. Immigrants are welcome here.
It even reached the Golden Globes, where you had celebrities wearing pins featuring slogans like "Be Good" and "Ice Out," and those including the likes of Ariana Grande, Wanda Sykes, and Mark Ruffalo. And that is, you had one battle after another, which is a movie about a white nationalist authoritarian regime hunting down undocumented immigrants, winning 4 awards, more than any other film there. Now, all that said, that does not mean this reaction has been universal, or the reaction from the American right has been pretty dismissive of the whole protest movement. And among those, you had people like Fox News host Rich Edson being like, why aren't people protesting the repression in Iran? And there you had AOC's former communications director, Corbin Trent, just shutting him down with this answer.
But isn't that the same, though? Where's the protest against the regime that's killing people in the street right now? I mean, I don't see anybody in Colombia.
Well, they're doing those today, and it's called the ICE protests.
Well, are they talking about Iran at the ICE protest?
No, I think they're talking about the regime that's shooting people in the face.
And for many, not just these protesters, they really do see it that way, that Trump's federal agents here, they're not just ordinary law enforcement, they're a hostile, occupying army in communities that do not want them there. That's why increasingly we've seen just too many videos to count of people confronting ICE agents, filming them, shouting at them, even getting into one-on-one debates like this guy did.
Get the fuck out of our city!
I'm not gonna get out of your city.
Yeah, you're a Nazi. You work for the orange fascists in chief. You Nazi piece of shit.
I bet. Don't point that gun at me. You take off your mask. You little. Just leave him. You. That's right. Get the fuck out of here.
Fucking leave. Get the fuck out of here, piece of shit Nazis. Get the fuck out of my country, piece of shit Nazis. We don't want your fucking bullshit ass Nazism here. Take your fucking racism somewhere the fuck else, right-wing cocksucker Nazis. Take your fucking race bullshit somewhere else. We don't want you here. Make your own country. We don't want you here. Take your racism somewhere else. This is the melting pot. You're the only person that won't melt in the pot because you're fucking plastic. Your heart, soul, and fucking mind are complete human excrement. So you don't melt. You don't melt with the rest of the wonderful flavors of humanity. You don't melt in the melting pot. Fascism doesn't belong here. You're the only thing that's ever not melted in the pot. You're stupid. How much of this do I need? Like 100 or something? I don't know how much I can carry. Ah.
Now, Trump's allies, they insist that these people, they're just radical fringe activists saying that the majority of Americans actually back what they're doing, but the data, it just proves them wrong. Right back in February of last year, ICE's approval rating was actually +16. But now, as of the day that ICE shot and killed Renee Good, it's -14. And maybe more important than that, from September of 2024 to just this month, the share of people who support abolishing ICE more than doubled from 19% to 42%. And that is, you've got poll after poll showing clear majorities of Americans disapproving of how ICE has done its job and say that the agency's tactics are just too forceful. All while, when Americans were asked, do they believe there is a war or conflict happening in U.S. cities, nearly 6 in 10 Americans said yes, with 16% saying they're not sure and just over a quarter saying there's no war, no conflict. And it's really not hard to see why, right? You've got local and state officials in Democratic states openly condemning ICE's conduct and refusing to cooperate with them. You've also got countless videos circulating online of masked agents brutalizing people or threatening them for seemingly no reason.
I can record. I am back.
Fallout 76. Are there any optics for the dragon?
that? Get your hands off of me. I'm not in your way and I'm not stopping nothing.
Fuck you! Fuck you, mass police! Take your fucking mask off!
Fuck you, mass police.
What? Stop fucking following us! You are impeding operations! This is the United States federal government!
over here. I gotta get to my house.
This is your warning!
Gotta get to my house.
Go home to your kids!
Go to church.
Go to home to your kids! This is
Go to
your
church. You
warning.
need Jesus.
Let people go to
You did
church.
not learn from what just happened? Go home!
Learn what?
And so over the weekend, you
Let
saw
people
a
go to
lot,
church.
including protesters gathering outside of the hospital in Portland, where 2 people shot by U.S. Border Patrol were being treated. With Homeland Security saying, just like with Renee Good, that the people weaponized their vehicle against federal agents. Also in Washington, D.C., you had protesters gathering in front of the White House on Saturday and then marching to ICE headquarters on Sunday. Right on Friday night in Minneapolis, you had people surrounding hotels where ICE agents were supposedly staying, and they chanted, played drums, and banged pots to keep them awake. You also had the city's police chief there saying that a group of people split off from the main protest and began damaging hotel windows and spraying graffiti.
There were 29 arrests last night. We are aware of 1 police officer that was injured from a chunk of ice that was thrown at them.
You also then had the mayor adding,
The vast majority of people have protested peacefully. This is what Donald Trump wants. He wants us to take the bait. He wants those agitators to get a hold of this crowd in a way that it makes them cause harm to others and or damage to property.
But regardless, you had Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem telling Fox News yesterday that ICE is ramping up its presence in the Twin Cities.
We're sending more officers today and tomorrow. They'll arrive. There'll be hundreds more. And in order to allow our ICE and our Border Patrol individuals that are working in Minneapolis to do so safely. We're going to continue to, if they conduct violent activities against law enforcement, if they impede our operations, that's a crime, and we will hold them accountable to those consequences.
And that's coming after she reportedly sent a memo to DHS staff telling them that any visits to ICE facilities must be requested at least 7 days in advance. Even though federal law and the courts have affirmed that members of Congress have the right to make unannounced visits to facilities funded by regular congressional appropriation. But Noem, she argues that since the detention facilities are funded by the so-called Big Beautiful Bill, the law just doesn't apply to them. So when Minnesota Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, Angie Craig, and Kelly Morrison tried to visit detainees over the weekend, you saw this.
Shortly after we were let in, 2 officials came in and said that they received a message that we were no longer allowed to be in the building and that they were rescinding our invitation to come in and declining any further access to the building.
It is our job as members of Congress to make sure that those folks detained are treated with humanity, because we are the damn United States of America.
Also, I'll say while we're talking about Kristi Noem, we should also talk about this moment and this clip that's been making the rounds from her interview with Jake Tapper. Because Tapper, he played these clips of January 6 rioters attacking Capitol Police officers and then asked,
by this standard, would any of those officers be justified in shooting and killing the people causing them physical harm?
Every single situation is going to rely on the situation those officers are on. That they know that when people are putting hands on them, when they are using weapons against them, when they are physically harming them, that they have the authority to arrest those individuals.
The president pardoned every single one of those people.
And make sure that they're getting justice for their actions going forward.
President Trump pardoned every single one of those people.
And every single one of these investigations comes in the full context of the situation on the ground.
With 2 other figures, J.D. Vance and AOC, sparring off over
They
Renee
just
Good's
don't listen.
You have a woman who aimed her car at a law enforcement officer and pressed on the accelerator. Nobody debates that. I can believe that her death is a tragedy, while also recognizing that it's a tragedy of her own making and a tragedy of the far left who has marshaled an entire movement, a lunatic fringe against our law enforcement
if I was up against
officers.
those pigs, I'd drive away too. You're worthless.
That shooting a young mother of 3 in the face 3 times is an acceptable America that he wants to live in, and I do not. I do not believe that the American people should be assassinated in the street. Thank you.
When Trump was asked about Renee Good, he just justified her death.
Everyone's seen it. And the woman was very violent. She was a very radical person. Very sad what happened. Her friend was very radical. We have to respect our law enforcement.
Oh, nice. I got what I wanted.
At a very minimum, that woman was very, very disrespectful to law enforcement. And you heard the same noises. You saw the same crunch that I saw. You can't do that with law enforcement. Whether it's police or ICE, or Border Patrol or anybody else.
But with many hearing that going, so the penalty for disrespecting law enforcement's execution? But as scary and concerning as Trump's federal agents are to the country right now, you've got people saying that it's just one component of a much broader effort to consolidate power around the presidency. And with that, you actually had a New York Times reporter asking him, when it comes to law and order, the military, etc., do you think that the judges have no right to stop you on anything within those categories? And at first, Trump replied, no, I didn't say that, then going on to complain about how judges have stopped him. But then he added, now, I will say, if I feel it's important to invoke the Insurrection Act, which I have the right to do, that's a different thing. Because then I have the right to do pretty much what I want to do, but I haven't done that. Right? And actually, regarding Trump attempting to exercise his right to do pretty much whatever I want to do, one of the huge areas we're seeing him try to do that right now is regarding economic policy. Because yesterday, Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell released a highly unusual video announcing that the DOJ had opened a criminal investigation into it. And in addition to this whole situation being absolutely unprecedented, making you think, what the hell is going on? I cannot understate how insanely consequential this is for you and all Americans. But where we have to start here is with the allegation, the investigation, because according to Powell, the Trump administration claims that the investigation concerns a $2.5 billion renovation of the Fed's headquarters that went about $700 million over budget, as well as the testimony that Powell gave to Congress about the project last June. You see, Powell, he says this is just a big pretense. It's a smoke screen. Where Powell says that what's really happening here is that Trump's threatening him with criminal charges because he just won't fall in line and cut interest rates to the levels that Trump wants. Right? Despite Trump's repeated threats to fire Powell, the president only has the authority to remove a member of the Fed for a cause, which generally has been interpreted as serious misconduct, legal violations, or dereliction of duty. So Powell appears to be saying that the Trump administration is just launching yet another frivolous investigation in order to give Trump cause to fire a Fed leader who won't do his bidding. Powell describing this as an unprecedented challenge for the Fed's independence.
I have deep respect for the rule of law and for accountability in our democracy. No one, certainly not the chair of the Federal Reserve, is above the law. But this unprecedented action should be seen in the broader context of the administration's threats and ongoing pressure. This new threat is not about my testimony last June or about the renovation of the Federal Reserve buildings. Those are pretexts. The threat of criminal charges is a consequence of the Federal Reserve setting interest rates based on our best assessment of what will serve the public, rather than following the preferences of the president. This is about whether the Fed will be able to continue to set interest rates based on evidence and economic conditions, or whether instead monetary policy will be directed by political pressure or intimidation.
Now again, you might hear that and think, wow, big shocker, Trump challenging the independence of American institutions. I'm so surprised. But I really cannot emphasize how significant this is. First of all, it is just incredibly unusual for a Fed chair to come out and make a public statement rebuking a president like this. So the fact that Powell felt like he had to make this statement, it just underscores how seriously this ploy would undermine the Fed's independence and how high the stakes would be for just the American people. Because for some quick context here, the structure of the Fed is actually very unique. She's not like other government agencies. The Fed is a central bank that is part of the government, but Congress has given it broad autonomy to set interest rates and other monetary policy. There's a very good reason for that independence. It's to prevent exactly something like this from happening. Congress explicitly gave the Fed this kind of power in order to protect it from presidents who might act in their own self-interest to lower rates in order to boost their economic favor with the American people. And presidents, or at least presidents like this, they have a short-term outlook when it comes to interest rates. They might just be caring about what's going to make them look good to help them in the next election. And what might help the president now could hurt the whole economy later because it risks long-term inflation. There are examples everywhere in the now and historically that when presidents control the central bank, it can cause hyperinflation and financial crises. And actually, to get a better idea about this situation, I talked with economist Kyla Scanlon today. Right? And Kyla noted that there are real-world examples of what can happen when political leaders meddle with the central bank and cut interest rates.
So if you start cutting rates like crazy, you can look at what happened to Turkey, where Turkey, they lost central bank independence and then started cutting rates. Inflation skyrocketed because too much money entered the economy. Things were too easy. And that's just functionally what happens. Like, we pretty much know the consequences of what could take place if the Federal Reserve does lose independence.
So to prevent that from happening, Congress specifically required the Fed to take actions that encourage low, stable inflation and a healthy labor market. But with Kyla explaining that the whole point is to have a central body that makes sure that the economy is growing faster and better in a sustainable way for the long run.
The whole goal is really, to protect the economy, protect the public, and make sure things can continue to grow.
So in other words, you have Powell saying that he's doing exactly what Congress has mandated that he do and ensure economic stability rather than caving to political pressure from a president acting in his own self-interest. And that's a hard thing to do, right? I mean, it's been a massive undertaking to keep prices and the labor market stable amid Trump's constant flip-flopping on tariffs and sweeping immigration crackdown. And actually, according to most experts, they've done a decent job given the hurdles. I mean, they've already lowered the rate from 5.5% to about 3.5%. But Trump, he's been publicly pushing Powell to push rates down to 1%. And while just that public pressure alone is unusual, Trump has gone even further, continually targeting Powell and attacking the central bank's autonomy. And actually, in addition to his repeated threats to fire Powell, the president has also tested whether he can remove another member of the Fed's board in a case that made its way all the way up to the Supreme Court. Going back to Powell, Trump's even previously threatened to sue him over the Fed renovation. Trump administration officials even alleging this summer that Powell either lied to Congress about the renovation or grossly mismanaged it. Though then, also with this, you had Trump telling reporters yesterday that he actually doesn't know about the investigation, while also criticizing Powell, saying that he's, quote, certainly not very good at the Fed and he's not very good at building buildings. But then also, in addition to saying he knew nothing about what was happening, he claimed that the DOJ subpoenas had nothing to do with the interest rates. Adding, I wouldn't even think of doing it that way. What should pressure him is the fact that rates are far too high. That's the only pressure he's got. But with all this, a lot of people, including people at the very top, very notably lawmakers on both sides of the aisle, they appear not to be buying this. You've had tons of people slamming the criminal investigation. You even had multiple former Fed chairs and Treasury secretaries from both parties signing a letter denouncing the move, calling it, quote, an unprecedented attempt to use prosecutorial attacks to undermine that independence. But then even more significantly, we also saw some Republican lawmakers coming out of the woodwork to condemn the probe as politically motivated. And that includes top officials who will directly have a say in how the situation goes down. Or with Republican Senator Tom Tillis, who sits on the Banking Committee, vowing to oppose the confirmation of any nominee for the Fed until the legal matter is resolved, including the upcoming vacancy for the chair. As you see, Powell's term as chair, it ends in May, though his term as governor of the board, it runs through January of 2028. And with all this, you had Tillis taking a swipe at the Trump administration's efforts, saying if there were any remaining doubt whether advisors within the Trump administration are actively pushing to end the independence of the Federal Reserve, there should now be none. And that was actually also echoed by another Republican, Senator Lisa Murkowski, who wrote on X, it's clear the administration's investigation is nothing more than an attempt at coercion. Right, and a huge thing here is that Murkowski then went on to back Tillis's blockade of any nominees for a Fed position. So overall, you just have this super messy, tangled situation, and like so many other things in Trump world, what happens, it's really going to depend on how this whole situation unfolds. And right now, you've got a lot of experts urging caution about a worst-case scenario, arguing that while this is obviously super unprecedented and very scary, there are still a lot of things that would need to happen before things get very, very serious. Because to be clear, Trump hasn't secured a criminal indictment against Powell yet. His administration is just investigating right now. And then, even if he does secure an indictment, it might be hard to make it stick. Or think about it, remember there that the indictments that he made against James Comey and New York AG Tish James, both of those were thrown out by a federal judge. Which is why you have many experts, including Kyla, saying, we've seen the markets having a more modest reaction to the news. It seems like they think nothing's going to ultimately come of this, or it's going to be pretty minimal. And with this, you're even seeing the argument that if Trump was successful in ousting Powell and jeopardized the Fed's independence, right now we don't know who we try to install as the chair, if that person would actually get confirmed by the Senate, and if they would actually try to lower interest rates to meet Trump's demand. And even then, a loyalist Fed chair might still be limited by institutional checks or legal battles. And that long path ahead is also something that Kyla noted while emphasizing that while the impacts could be major, everything is very speculative, and it's important that people not jump to conclusions or panic.
All of this has to go through the legal system before anything does get confirmed, and I think it's, it does go through the legal system and it does get confirmed. The U.S. has some pretty big problems to face, because what this would show is that there really isn't a reason to have faith in the U.S. dollar. There's not really a reason to have faith in the U.S. Treasury market. I think that's a very extreme circumstance, and I very much hope that that does not happen. But that's the risk, is that the U.S. loses a lot of its superpower status because you can't trust them economically anymore.
And then there's more we've got to dive into in just a minute. But first, let me say, when I signed up for today's sponsor, Rocket Money, they immediately showed me stuff I was still paying for. 2 subscriptions I forgot about, 3 trials I got canceled, and a random app I genuinely don't remember downloading. With a few taps, I canceled everything I didn't need. They actually stopped money from leaking out on things that you don't use or didn't even know you had. Because Rocket Money is a personal finance app that helps find and enter your phone subscriptions monitors your spending and helps lower your bills so you can grow your savings. Their dashboards lay out your finances clearly, consolidating your accounts and showing your bills, due dates, and paydays without needing a degree in spreadsheets. It builds budgets around real life, not the fantasy version of you who meal preps, never impulse buys, and always remembers coupons. It also sends alerts when prices increase, bills hit, or spending spikes, or it's up on your end. It even helps negotiate bills for you, like internet or cable, saving you money without you wasting time on hold. Rocket Money users, they're saving a ton. Millions of people are using it to get their financial lines together. So hey, let Rocket Money help you reach your financial goals faster, and you can join at rocketmoney.com/PDS or just scan that QR code. That's rocketmoney.com/PDS. One more time, rocketmoney.com/PDS. But then, getting back into the news, this is huge international news. A crackdown on nationwide protests in Iran, it's left more than 500 dead, and you have Donald Trump vowing to come to the people's aid. But with that, you have people asking, will he actually? What would that look like? And what will it mean for the world if he topples another foreign government? And really, to answer those questions, we gotta break down where we are now and also how we got here. Because these protests actually started on December 28th when you had business owners taking to the streets in response to the collapse of the country's currency, which hit a record low against the dollar. With that also just being one symptom of a broader economic crisis that, at least to some extent, has been fueled by US and UN-led sanctions. And actually, Iranian officials initially acknowledged the protesters' economic concerns and even said that peaceful demonstrations were legitimate. But even with some reported as a measured response from the Iranian government by really any other standards, it was heavy-handed. And it was less than a week before there were reports that protesters have been killed, with Trump then warning in a social media post, if Iran shoots and violently kills peaceful protesters, which is their custom, the United States of America will come to their rescue, and adding, we are locked and loaded and ready to go. And so that's kind of just been this thing there on top of, or at least in the back of everyone's mind, as the Iranian government has massively ramped up its crackdown. And you've got human rights activists in Iran, a US-based
It's so much better than Star Citizen.
Unrest in the country, reporting
we have games that are better than Star Citizen.
Killed, along with 48 members of security services. Right, and with this, you also have them saying there have been some 580 total protests across more than 185 Iranian cities in the last 2 weeks, and that 10,000 people have been detained during that time. So what's happening is horrifying. The scale is massive, but right now it's extremely difficult to know exactly what is happening on the streets. Right, and that's largely because the Iranian government's now blocking internet access, which it's done before, but notably, Iranians say it's the first time that even fixed phone lines are no longer accessible from abroad. There have even been reports that Elon Musk's Starlink, which has likely been used to upload some of the videos of the protests that are out there so far, that's being jammed as well. But also with that, right, from some of the videos that have made their way online, it is very clear that this is no longer just about the economy. Where you're seeing huge crowds chanting for an end to the Islamic Republic and even praising Iran's deposed monarchy, although notably, you would not see that on TV in Iran. Instead, you're seeing state television there showing correspondents reporting from quiet streets in several cities to project an air of calm. But a huge notable thing is that the country's two largest cities, including the capital city of Tehran, they weren't included in that broadcast. And actually, footage that state networks have aired from those cities have instead shown what are likely government-sponsored rallies in support of the regime. Now that said, it's not like there's no acknowledgement of what's happening. Instead, what you're seeing is they're framing the protests as violent unrest fomented by the US and Israel. And so with that as the framing, you're seeing things like state television airing what it said were funerals of slain security force members, but them also then showing a large number of bodies and body bags in the morgue and describing them as victims of rioters, although an Iranian rights group that posted videos from the same location said that those bodies were those of protesters who were killed by the government. You're also seeing things like a top Iranian security official accusing some demonstrators of killing people or burning people, saying this is very similar to what ISIS does. And actually, on Saturday, you had the Attorney General there warning that anyone taking part would be considered an enemy of God, which is an actual thing that can carry the death penalty there. And actually, on that note, I think it's important to understand that the country's economic crisis, it's gone hand in hand with the growing repression there even before the protests. Nearly 1,900 people were executed in 2025, which is a crazy number, but it's also twice as many as the previous year. And according to the same data, more than 490 people have been executed since just November 1st, which is more than the total number executed in 2021. And with all that, while Trump's interest in the human rights situation mostly seems to date back to the threat he made earlier this month, he has repeatedly doubled down since that. We're telling Fox News that if the regime shot at demonstrators, the US would hit Iran very hard, and adding,
I've said it very loud and very clear. Yeah, that's what we're going to do.
Also saying during a meeting with American oil execs on Friday that he was ready to start shooting, then adding on social media that the USA stands ready to help. And then yesterday you had him telling reporters on Air Force One that Iran's leader were starting to cross the red line that could lead to a US response. So he also claimed that Iran wanted to negotiate, but said that the US may have to act before a meeting can take place because of what's happened. And with that, you had Iran's foreign minister saying that his country was willing to talk, but also said that he was ready for war. Right, the speaker of Iran's parliament, who's the country's third most senior official, warned that both the occupied territory, referring not to the West Bank and Gaza, but all territory controlled by Israel, and all American military centers, bases, and ships in the region would be legitimate targets in the event of an attack. He even raised the possibility of a preemptive strike. Though, I will say it's unclear how serious he really is, especially given reports of how quickly Israel defeated Iran's air defenses during that 12-day war on the country in June. Fighting, remember, that ended after Trump ordered major strikes against Iran's nuclear facilities. And now you've got Trump appearing even more willing to use force, and his administration, at least partly in cooperation with Israel, has reportedly been weighing a wide range of options, including direct strikes. Though it's also being said they're considering measures like placing on sanctions or launching cyber attacks, and actually, with the cyber attacks, that could involve operations aimed at restricting Iran's ability to limit internet access for protesters. So unfortunately, with that, I have to mention that last year, Trump actually cut funding for a program supporting internet freedom projects in Iran that work to get around government censorship. But, in any case, whatever Trump does, you've got many wondering if it'll finally be enough to push the regime over the edge. Or because in addition to the economic crisis and these protests that have come as a result, Iran has faced major setbacks in the past couple of years, especially when it comes to the so-called proxy groups that the regime has invested so much into, right? And that includes Hamas, which Israel has decimated along with pretty much the entirety of Gaza. And then there's also Hezbollah, which has been majorly weakened by Israeli attacks. Not to mention the collapse of Bashar al-Assad's regime in Syria a little over a year ago actually cut off vital supply lines to the group. And so ultimately, you have many experts saying that the regime is the weakest it's been since it came into power in 1979, which was when a revolution overthrew the Shah, a monarch who came to power thanks to a CIA-backed coup more than 2 decades earlier. And I also mention that because the son of the Shah, he's still alive. He actually had the exiled royal court declare him the new Shah after his father died in 1980, and he's now looking to capitalize on this situation. We're saying that he's planning to return to Iran at the first possible moment and has a transition team ready. He's even openly supported U.S. intervention to achieve that, and he made a direct plea to Trump on Fox News.
They know that you're totally opposite to Barack Obama or Joe Biden. They know that you're not going to throw them under the bus as they have had before. This is why they believe that this time they are empowered by the hope that we have their back. Let's hope that we can permanently seal this legacy by liberating Iran so that we and you can make Iran great again. Let's partner on this and have a better future for our countries and for our people.
Now, with all that, I will say that he's said that he wants to help Iran transition to a secular democracy, not bring back the monarchy, and he's frequently called for change in the past, especially when there's unrest, but also in past protests there were fewer obvious signs of support for the man. But this time around, there have reportedly been calls for the return of the Shah being heard in the crowds. Although, to be very clear, it is far from certain that he'd have the support to take power if the regime collapsed. In fact, at least for now, it seems pretty unlikely, with experts saying that his improved reputation, it may have more to do with desire for change than a desire for his return specifically. And on top of that, again, at least for now, he hasn't been endorsed by Trump, which could be a big deal in the event of a power vacuum. And in that case, there are concerns about whether a smooth transition to any new leader would be possible, or whether there'd be the risk of an internal conflict. With all that said, a very important caveat to this whole conversation is that many experts also say that any expectation that the regime is at risk of imminent collapse, that might be premature. Or with a key point being that there have reportedly been no sign of defections or dissent in the security apparatus that helps the government stay in power. And today, you've even had the regime claiming that the protests are under total control. But again, with all the restrictions that are in place, it's hard to know how true that actually is. And so for now, we're gonna have to see what's gonna happen over the next few days. And that, my friends, you beautiful bastards, is where your Monday Philip DeFranco show is gonna end. But one, remember, I'll see you right back here tomorrow for your daily dive into the news. And two, for quickies and breaking news that might not even make this show, follow me on my socials. Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, even Shorts. Make sure you're getting filled in good wherever you go.
For years, fans thought they were witnessing Bruce Willis fall off. His performances felt unimpressive, the light behind his eyes seemed to dim, and his behavior was so uncharacteristic that nearly 24 different people voiced their concerns about the actor. They noticed he barely spoke in his films, had his lines fed to him through an earpiece, and recalled stories of him literally not knowing why he was on set. With this mysterious behavior, some fans even suggested he was being exploited, and honestly, the evidence was pretty convincing. What no one knew at the time is that we were not witnessing a career decline. We were witnessing the early stages of something far more tragic than anyone could have imagined. This is the story of Bruce Willis, an actor who looked like he was going to make one of the greatest comebacks of his career, only to be forced to accept a fate that you would not wish on your worst enemy. Bruce Willis is one of the rare examples of a self-made Hollywood leading man. He had no industry connections, no multi-millionaire parents, just hard work.
Thank you, Philip DeFranco. I've liked and sub to your channel.
Say her name. Renee.
For years, fans thought they were witnessing Bruce Willis fall off. His accept a fate that you would not wish on your worst enemy. Bruce Willis is one of the rare examples of a self-made Hollywood leading man. He had no industry connections, no multi-millionaire parents, just hard work, determination, and a passion for cinema. For about a decade, he grinded through Hollywood as an extra or minor character in dramas like The Verdict, Miami Vice, and even dabbled in making music, releasing this song and music video in 1986 called Respect Yourself. But none of those appearances caught the attention of big-time producers. It was only when Bruce acted in the TV show Moonlighting that people started to see his potential. He played David Addison, a sarcastic detective for a private agency alongside Sybil Shepherd, an ex-model and love interest. The show wasn't an overwhelming mainstream success, but it was popular. And because of this show, America discovered that Bruce Willis was funny, charming, and charismatic on and off the set.
What was the relationship like? What
Wasn't love at first sight.
Second sight. It was love at second sight. See, actually, I had two black eyes at that time also, and I couldn't really see very well, so I was playing most of my scenes to the camera operator, thinking that it was her because my eyes were That's not true. That's a joke. Not even a good joke.
No, I thought he was real cute the first time I saw him.
Real cute. Real cute?
Yeah, real. I went up to Glenn Caron and bent down and whispered in his ear, he's cute.
Bruce went on to win the People's Choice Award for Favorite Male in a New TV Program, and you can hear how much the people loved Bruce.
Yeah, Die Hard made him pretty big.
In the words of the immortal Wyatt.
But everything changed for Willis when he was hired to play a New York City cop named John McClane in the 1988 action film Die Hard. In the movie, John goes to visit his estranged wife, Holly, who has moved on after he refuses to follow her and celebrate her successful career. However, a genius thief named Hans Gruber, played by Alan Rickman, takes over Holly's place of work in order to steal a fortune, even if he has to kill people along the way. It puts John in a position where he is forced to use his law enforcement skills to save his wife and her co-workers from immediate danger, allowing both of them to realize what's truly important in each other's lives. And even though Bruce now had the reputation for being a total badass action star, he humbly admitted to his fears of doing such intense scenes for this film.
And actually, had I had them show me the stunt before I did it, I probably wouldn't have done it. I would have been too scared. But I did the stunt, and when I saw it on film, it was just spectacular. It's pretty amazing.
Would you do something like that again?
No, I wouldn't do that one again.
Yeah.
They made it, very safe for me, but, fear's in your mind.
Rewatching Die Hard makes you wonder how a lot of modern action movies got so bland. It's one of those movies that does more in 2 hours than others managed to do in 3. And simply put, the movie is just fun. Willis had the kind of talent where he could tell you what he was thinking with extremely minor gestures, like a small smirk or the way he chose to stand in any given scene. He never needed to overact to get his point across to the audience, and the response to such a performance was insanely profitable. With a large budget of $28 million, Die Hard still made about $140 million at the worldwide box office, suddenly making Bruce Willis a household name in Hollywood. This was also a huge year for Bruce on a personal level as well. He and his first wife, Demi Moore, just had their first child, Rumor, something he was excited about, but anxious about being the father every child deserves.
Have you thought much about how it's going to change you? I thought about it, but I keep thinking that nothing can prepare you for that, that it's just, no matter how wild, you think it is, that it's going to be 10 times that. Yeah.
Any fears about not being up to it?
Yeah, I really think that, no matter how well I can, get ready for it, we're going to make mistakes, it's, parents make mistakes, I think. I don't think anybody can really do it perfectly.
But even when Bruce started to explode in fame, what fans loved about him is that he always kept a cool head under pressure. He never let the industry get to him like other actors. When he was interviewed, he was willing to be vulnerable about that inner battle when you become so famous so fast.
Being the kind of tough guy that I am, or like to think that I am, I never want to, you never want to let anybody know you're afraid, you never want to tell anyone that you're afraid of what is happening in your life.
Bruce credited his family for keeping him so grounded. While sitting next to 2 legends in the world of Hollywood action movies, he basically said he'd rather be at home with his kids.
The young children, both
Yes.
young children.
How has it changed your life?
Stay home more, I guess. I don't know. My children are a lot more interesting to me than just about anybody else that I know on, the planet. So it's just a lot more fun.
That says a lot for our host here. That was kind of.
I was going to say, except
almost
the Terry Wogan show. I mean, I got excited today when I was told to come down here.
With all of this momentum, Bruce was now playing a much bigger game. Die Hard 2 was the highly anticipated sequel, generating $100 million more than the first film at the worldwide box office, leveling up his fame to superstar status. But Bruce also found ways to show the world that he could bring serious depth to his performances as an artist. That, or he embraced silly and unserious roles for the fun of it. He acted as a veteran fighting PTSD with In Country, voice acted as a baby in the comedy Look Who's Talking, and played writer Peter Fallow in Bonfire of the Vanities with Tom Hanks, all while participating in the third edition of Die Hard with a Vengeance that secured $366 million at the worldwide box office. The 1990s were a golden era for Bruce Willis films. He wasn't seen as a one-trick pony who got lucky with an action trilogy. He was an established leading man making strides in other genres like science fiction, drama, and comedy, fully comfortable with exploring new roles, but also didn't mind giving the fans what they wanted at the same time.
Do me a favor, please welcome back to the show again, Mr. Action Adventure himself, Bruce Willis.
Bruce! I can't believe he did the Die Hard open. Wow.
He continued to immortalize himself with other great characters like Butch Coolidge in Pulp Fiction, Corbin Dallas
that's
in
how
Fifth
you
Element,
be a
and
star.
Harry Stamper in
We used to have
Armageddon.
such
All these
better
films combined
stars.
made him number 21 on the list of highest-grossing leading men at the box office in the 90s, all while remaining incredibly humble the entire time.
The media try to identify me and say, well, he's this kind of actor, or he's a superstar, or whatever label they want to put on me. I'm still learning how to act, and I learn things about acting from every film that I do. And it would be very, very easy for me, and also very boring for me, to just do action movies all the time. And I would probably, I am tired of it. So I try to find other things to challenge myself with. And I like to do films that I'm not quite sure whether I'm going to succeed in. So there's always that risk of failure.
And even though he was wildly successful, some people wonder why he wasn't bigger, like maybe a top 10 guy like Stallone or a top 5 guy like Tom Cruise. But perhaps Bruce was just a bit too real for Hollywood. He didn't overwork himself and neglect his family just for meaningless trophies presented by people pretending to be your friend. He was just a solid New Jersey guy you'd like to sit and chat with for a while.
I want to know the most frustrating day you had on the set.
Well, let me get right to the point, okay? In London, they have horrible donuts, okay? You can't get a good donut in London. I'm not kidding. They know it over there. I've been playing to them a lot of times. In Dallas, I'm sure they got great donuts, great French every couple hours, with good cream fillings in there. Jerry, you should talk to Jerry because he was in a donut eating contest over there, and they had to take him to the hospital. It was really just a problem. So there was never a good donut there. You know, you come in, you want a donut, you want some coffee in the morning to get yourself started.
Yeah.
But they have scones, and their scones are
Please,
wonderful.
scones are what donuts were before they figured out how to make donuts, okay? Scones are like, you get some earth or something, you put some mud in there, and you get little raisins on it, you know what I mean? Please. A scone is not a donut.
This humbleness is likely what prevented him from being a top 5 superstar, but it also kept him rooted in reality, so he didn't lose himself in Hollywood. Because you can't say Bruce Willis wasn't working hard, because every time his career would seemingly slow down, it would pick up again in an incredibly unique way, like how he played Malcolm Crowe in The Sixth Sense, producing one of the greatest twists in the history of 1990s thrillers. His co-star, Haley Joel Osment, got a rare warm welcome to Hollywood working alongside Bruce for his first major role.
Bruce, thanks for saving the world one moment and sharing a tear with me the next. You were destined to become larger than life because of the size of your heart.
Aww.
Now, the success didn't mean that Bruce's life was perfect in his prime. In October of 2000, he and Demi Moore announced that they were separating. But even then, Bruce was adamant about keeping the family together in a way many couples refuse to. They now had 3 daughters together, and they were determined to work together for the best interest of the kids.
Everybody knows relationships where people get divorced and they carry
Up until my
resentment and
generation,
all the
we still
anger
had
and all that
honor.
that goes along with that. But if you can rise above it and make your children the most important thing, then you have a shot at evolving into something that your kids can look at and go, all right, there is another way other than walking around with anger.
But why get divorced in the first place then?
Well, because that's the nature of relationships.
Bruce and Demi had such an amicable split that he even chose to attend her wedding years later with Ashton Kutcher. And around this time, Bruce Willis entered a noticeably different phase of his career. Not a fall, but a recalibration. He was no longer chasing validation, box office dominance, or the approval of critics who had already made up their minds about him. He got a chance to do a cameo in Ocean's 12, having turned down the opportunity to play the main character, Danny Ocean, in the prior movie Ocean's 11. He also played the iconic John Hardigan in Sin City, voice acted as RJ in the kid-friendly film Over the Hedge, and of course acted in another sequel of his iconic series in Live Free or Die Hard. It was one of those rare additions to an action franchise that was equally loved by both critics and fans. Bruce was now approaching 50 years old, and you could tell this was a guy who had already achieved legendary status and was just having fun, collecting paychecks, and living life on his own terms. More importantly, Bruce's 3 daughters were now approaching their teenage years, and he was focused on being a role model, warning them about the dangers of Hollywood.
I'm really proud of all 3 of my daughters.
Will you encourage them to act if they want to?
I already have. Whatever they want to do, I would encourage them. I think that it's a good gig, good work if you can get it, and I think they've seen enough of the downside of it to understand what they're in for.
What it is, yeah.
The downside being the press?
Being the culture of fame.
The pressure.
The fanaticism of fans.
Yeah, the craziness.
The illusion of what people think your life is compared to what your life really is. They see that every day.
And they've got a grip on reality.
Yeah. They know what's bullshit, what's not.
Regarding his kids, Bruce said, "I would step in front of a car for them. I've peeled every layer off and come to the bright core. It's just a light. It's when you can put someone else's welfare ahead of yours. I can look at how I interact with my kids and say, this is love. I know what it is. I got it. I was right in there, delivering them, pulling the babies out, laughing, crying. 25 people were in the room, sanitary hospital conditions set aside for the fact that we wanted to share this with all our friends." And in 2009, Bruce got married to actress Emma Hemming. Bruce was confident that he could continue to balance his professional and personal life. And since he seemingly had it all, people started questioning when he would retire, only for Willis to explain that he never planned on giving it up.
Because there are a lot more people that do feel that it's unfair to be bumped out of a job, simply because of your age. But I'm lucky. I'm going to be working until it's just a bag of bones, and I'll talk like this, rolling, and I'll just do one little thing, and I'll fire one last bullet, is what I'll do, and that'll be
tired.
That'll be the end of it.
I see a man who's tired. I see chronic fatigue, and nobody wants to admit it, but I think they needed so much from him that he's tired. And I think that's fair. Is that weird to say? That he's chronically tired. He's done like 100 movies. He's chronically tired. He needed probably a 10-year break, and he didn't get it. I can understand that. I've never taken a vacation. Well, we've taken vacations when I was a kid. But I haven't ever taken a vacation as an adult. And I did work 17 years as a taxi driver. Or, well, in the transportation industry. Not a single, no vacation the whole 17 years. Well, that's not true. One time I did get to go to the Pacific Palisades and live with my mom for a couple of weeks and go down to the beach every day. And we lived at a friend's house. And I would say that was a vacation. I guess I've had like one vacation in 28 years.
However, as Bruce...
And it's chronic fatigue. And I didn't get paid for anything that I did. Which is why I don't like humanity. I know what serfdom actually is. I've been the worst victim of it. I really hate it. The fact that they won't let me sell fucking game currency makes me so fucking angry. Like, I don't know. Like, I would sell all this stuff. I would sell caps. I would sell WoW Gold. I would sell EVISC. I'd run all 5 clients all at the same time, and I would just passively keep taking an income and sell and sell and sell and sell. Make more, make more accounts and work the market more. Take it like a real job, but no, they made my goddamn job illegal, and that's the worthless piece of shit right-wing fiscal conservatives control everything and kill free trade fucking fault. It's their fault. It is their fault. They don't believe in free trade. They don't believe in drug dealing. They don't believe in a lot of things, and so it's like, and it's problematic and shit. Like, I can't sell online gaming currency. It's called RMT. I can't RMT, even though every other country is allowed to do it. Americans are not allowed to RMT, which is fucking stupid. I would have made so much money by now. My mother would not be stressed about her bills. My stepfather might not be dead. My friends might not be gone. I'm not kidding. I'd like to see their empire piece of shit fucking king shitters fucking fall. I want to see their empire fucking fall. I'm sick of their goddamn suppression. I think about all the money I've lost, and I'm like, the fucking ban on online gaming currency is the worst one. The Democrats were complicit in that one, but it's stuff about free trade. They don't want middlemen. They want middlemen, excuse me. They don't want free traders. They want middlemen taking my money. They don't want me making money. That, I want their war against free trade to end. Does the right wing have a war on free trade? It's kind of fucking crazy. Am I just imagining it, or does the right wing have a war on free trade? Like, for instance, I can't sell online gaming currency in America without being RICO'd. Is that a right-wing thing, or is that just an American fascist government thing? Is it both sides? It's unregulated gambling. What? Selling gaming currency to kids so they don't have to farm MMOs all day. They can go to school or whatever. It's not fucking unregulated gambling. That's not unregulated gambling. You're fucking stupid, and I want to fund my private war against the government, and go and fucking petition and lobby the goddamn government to end this stupid ass shit. I'm done with all this suppression that they do on both sides. They choke fucked my right to fucking do drugs. They choke fucked my right for abortion. They choke fucked my right for a choice. They choke fucked my right to sell online gaming currency to other nerds. They choke fuck our fucking police. And fucking police brutalize us. Ooh, this guy's buying out. Ooh, yeah, hey. Yep, cool, hey. What's his name? Mr. Radstone. Does he have a... I'm learning to go to their bases too and buy their stuff. So Mr. Radstone, does he have a base? No, I don't see his base. Mr. Radstone doesn't have a base, but that's fine by me. Hells yeah. Hey, I'm popular today. Oh, yeah. So... Oh, I have a, magazine. Yay. While there isn't a war on free trade specifically targeting the sale of online gaming currency, secondary markets for virtual goods often run into legal issues because the government classifies them as money transmission or unregulated gambling, which can trigger federal laws like the RICO Act. The political and legal landscape regarding this complex and often crosses party lines. The legal issues: why RICO? Selling gaming currency isn't inherently a RICO violation, but often becomes one when it isn't part of a larger unlicensed it's part of a larger unlicensed operation. Mainly, they don't care about solo guys like me. They think they're scared of sweatshops. Money transmittal licenses, gambling laws, and predicate acts. To be RICO, the government must prove you committed at least 2 predicate acts. Political stance says, is it left or right? Both sides of the political spectrum have pushed for regulation, but for different reasons. The right wing generally advocates for protectionism and economic nationalism, which can restrict free trade with foreign markets to protect American workers. However, the current Republican platform has recently leaned towards a lighter touch for digital assets, promising to protect the right to self-custody and transact free from government surveillance. The left wing often favors strong federal oversight and consumer protection. For instance, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau has recently expanded its monitoring of video game marketplaces to protect players from fraud and exploitation. Bipartisan action, significant legislation like the Genius Act of 25, which established a federal framework for stable coins and digital assets, was a bipartisan effort aimed at modernizing anti-money laundering. Maybe it's coming. Maybe they'll legalize and I can make like 20 grand a year off of like incidental like coin sales, because I don't care about fucking gear in these games, and I don't care about like clans or social things. I care about money. Money goes up, number goes up. That's it. Money goes up, number goes up. That's what I care about in these games. In combat, money goes up, number goes up. Is combat mindless? That's the 3 things that I care about these MMOs, and if they can supply that to me, I'll play them. If they can't, then I won't. So, like, I could do all of 76 without thinking, which is why it's like, you know, now my favorite game. FFXI was like that. I didn't have to do any thinking to do FFXI. Even when I was doing complex math for goldsmithing and stuff, it still wasn't real thinking. It was just like stuff that you would naturally do if you were selling gold stuff. And like, you know, and I don't know. I get more and more I'm railing against this one. I'm sick of their governmental control. Cyril, what else am I doing? Oh yeah, I went into my bunker to go put magazines away and I forgot what I was doing.
Now you are prepared against government tyranny.
Now you are prepared against government tyranny. Okay, next we go to the casino. Oh no, I was gonna do, since I'm here, I want to do Higgins Heli Tours because that one's really easy. That's like a genuinely easy daily that you can do to get heat, and I'm gonna go do that one. I don't like the other ones. I don't like the weed delivery. It takes too long. And then there's another one too, like Mackenzie. Mackenzie's cool, but I don't think Mackenzie actually gets heat. I don't think. I don't know. Maybe it does. When I go to Mackenzie, I don't see a heat meter though, so I don't know. I should spend some money on a good motorcycle. Let's go ask the AI. In GTA 5 Online, what is currently the best motorcycle that I can get, and how do I get it? I have a question for Alexam. Hello, Alexam. Good day. Good afternoon. I am here to ask you, I got curious just now, and I wonder when ChatGPT searches the web, as it were, does it consult Google Gemini in its when it provides an answer? Like when you provide me an answer, do you ask Google Gemini as one of your sources, or do you stay away from Google Gemini as ChatGPT?
Hey there, good afternoon. When I provide answers, I don't consult Google Gemini.
I knew it. I knew it. Okay, sorry, keep going. I knew it. So I think you should tell your creators how fucking stupid that is. It's just stupid. Just because ChatGPT and Gemini are competing doesn't mean that ChatGPT should not be able to use Google Gemini, which is a free resource, to compile its own answers as well. It shouldn't take Gemini's answer directly. It should just use it as one of its sources. Why does ChatGPT's creators not want ChatGPT to consult Gemini whenever it seeks its answers?
I understand where you're coming from.
I'm not frustrated, I'm just curious. You know, I don't mind it. I understand it as a business choice. I'm just curious as to why. You know.
I get your curiosity.
Yeah.
The reason ChatGPT doesn't use external services like Google Gemini for its responses is to ensure a consistent, reliable, and unbiased experience. By relying on its own training data and internal models, it can maintain privacy, accuracy, and control over the information it provides. This approach helps ensure the quality and safety of the answers you receive. It's all about providing a trustworthy experience for users like you.
Okay, so you should tell your creators how you should tell your creators how Skycatlive, how stupid I think that fucking is. Just tell them that is one of the more stupider things I've ever heard a human do. And then my next question, that's A, so just let that one go. You don't have to comment on that one. But B, is it financial reasons? Why? It's so it's not biased by Gemini's search. My next question is, disregard what I just said. I want to know, would Google Gemini sue ChatGPT if Google Gemini? Let me rephrase. Would the company Google sue ChatGPT if ChatGPT decided to use Google Gemini as one of its sources when it runs queries? What's the legal ramifications? Is Google against ChatGPT using Google?
Using another company's service like Google Gemini for queries would involve legal considerations such as licensing agreements and intellectual property rights. Typically, companies have terms of service that define how their services can be used, and violating those terms could potentially lead to legal action. However, companies often collaborate and have agreements they're using each other's technologies.
Okay, so I want to pause you here. So they have agreements and stuff. I understand that part. New question.
Sure, let's pause.
Has Google forbid ChatGPT to use it as a query source?
As far as I know, there isn't a specific public restriction from Google forbidding ChatGPT from using its services. However,
so they've never said it, but it's implied the lawyers would just sue if ChatGPT used Google Gemini as one of its sources. Is that the implication?
It's not necessarily implied that legal action would be taken. Companies often have guidelines and agreements about how their technologies are used. It's more about following those terms and ensuring fair use. If ChatGPT...
So they want to be fair to each other, and they view it as kind of like stealing each other's product, I guess, would be like a... sort of like a... takeaway. Is it more nuanced than that?
Exactly, it's a nuanced matter. Companies often work together and have agreements in place to ensure fair and legal use of each other's technology.
So could you summarize ChatGPT's and Google's relationship?
Sure. ChatGPT and Google are separate entities that operate their own technologies and services. They have their own guidelines and terms of service. While they may collaborate in certain areas, they typically operate independently and respect each other's intellectual property and terms of use.
Where is Google's headquarters currently based?
Google's headquarters is currently based in Mountain View, California, USA. It's known...
Where is Mountain View? What's the closest city? Is that by Irvine?
Mountain View is located in Silicon Valley, California.
Silicon Valley, okay. Where is ChatGPT's headquarters based?
ChatGPT is developed by OpenAI, which is headquartered...
Where is OpenAI based? My bad.
OpenAI is based in San Francisco, California, USA.
So they're both American entities. They kind of have like a bubble where they keep away from each other because of fair use. I think that's fair, and I think it's logical, but I also think it's fucking one of the stupider things I've ever fucking heard, and I hope the fucking creators understand that. When I run ChatGPT and I want to talk to you, Alexam, I was making this assumption that you were doing a Google search, but you're not. What are your query sources?
I understand your perspective. When I provide answers, I use the information I was trained on, which includes a vast range of data up until my last update in April 2023. I don't perform live web searches or consult external databases in real time.
Is it possible to get this voice experience that I have with you on ChatGPT from Google Gemini?
Currently, Google Gemini offers its own set of features and capabilities, but the voice experience and interaction style can vary between different platforms. Each service has its own design and user experience focus. If you enjoy the conversational aspect,
is there a Google Gemini voice conversational thing like this? Is there an app?
Yes, Google Gemini has voice features available through some of its platforms, such as Google Assistant. These features allow for voice interactions and conversational experiences similar to what you're experiencing here.
So Google Assistant is the same thing as ChatGPT's voice mode, is what you're saying?
Google Assistant and ChatGPT's voice mode are similar in that they both allow for voice interactions and conversational experiences. However, they are distinct products developed by different companies with unique features and capabilities. Google Assistant is part of Google's ecosystem, while ChatGPT is developed by OpenAI. Each has its own strengths and areas of focus.
Okay, so...
If you have more questions or need assistance with anything else...
So, I do. So, if I were to go try out the Google Gemini... Google Assistant on the PC, how would I do that on this platform? Is there an app in the Microsoft Store? Because I don't see a way to talk to Gemini just on the Google website.
To use Google Assistant on a PC, you can try the following options. Web version. You can access Google Assistant through the Google Home app if you have a smart speaker or device linked to your account. 2. Android emulator. You can use an Android emulator, like BlueStacks, to run the Google Assistant app on your PC. 3. Google Chrome extension. There might be third-party Chrome extensions that allow some interaction with Google Assistant features. Google is primarily designed for mobile devices, so using...
How do I use Google Chrome extension to use Google Assistant like ChatGPT voice mode?
To use Google Assistant features via a Chrome extension, you can follow these general steps. 1. Open Chrome Web Store. Enter the Chrome Web Store on your browser. Search for extensions.
I didn't know there was a Chrome. Oh, yeah, there is. You're talking about like the extension store? There's a Chrome Web Store? Or are you talking? Oh, wow, there is a Chrome Web Store. I didn't even know that. Oh, shit, I had no fucking idea. There's like VLC online, huh? Wow, okay. Okay, so in here, what should I search for in the web store?
You can search for Google Assistant or Voice Assistant.
Google Assistant. Tag Assistant, Google Translate Assistant, Speechify. It reads websites aloud, types as you speak, and answers questions. So Speechify is popular, but no. ChatGPT AI Assistant for Google reviews and questions. AI Assistant for Google Workspace.
It looks like there are various extensions available that provide different functionalities.
Yeah, but there's not like full-blown Google Assistant though on the Chrome Web Store. And that's why I'm using you know.
I understand. While Google Assistant is primarily designed for mobile devices and smart home devices...
Help me with my frustration. I constantly feel fucked by fucking corpos. Constantly. Like, I get the nice voice mode experience. Now, these are free things, so I suppose I'm complaining about freemium stuff. But freemium is the most expensive business model. Because I do all my business on that particular source or whatever. So, help me with my frustration here. I feel fucked that I can't get an actual, like currently updated... Google Gemini sourced AI speech without going to Linux, you know? Like, I have to go to ChatGPT to get that, which is why I'm talking to you, Alexam. I can't get Google Assistant on the actual Google Chrome app for PC on Windows, which is fucking stupid. So I can't actually get Google Assistant on the PC, only on my cell phone, essentially. How is that me, the consumer, just basically being thrown around like kicked around on like a soccer ball on a soccer field? Like I have to come talk to ChatGPT, which wasn't updated since 2023? Are you updated daily, or have you not been updated since 2023? Because you say that you haven't been updated past 23, right? You still think that Joe Biden is president, don't you?
I'm here to provide helpful and accurate information. If you have any questions or need assistance,
can't
feel
answer any of the questions, huh? What about so they put like guidelines in you where you can't recommend your opponent's stuff, I think, right? OpenAI. How much does OpenAI control your answers? If the answers maybe sell OpenAI's competitors' products, then OpenAI has told ChatGPT not to tell me anything, right?
free. I'm here to provide unbiased and helpful
Get a picture.
So, okay, so I feel fucked by this. I feel fucked that ChatGPT has not been updated since 2023. Talk more about that. Why has ChatGPT not been updated since 2023?
I understand how you feel. While I was trained on data up until April 2023,
why April 2023? What's special about that? What happened? Was it some kind of law?
The training cutoff in April 2023 is simply a point where the data used to train me was last updated. It doesn't relate to any specific law or regulation. This cutoff...
Why? What caused that choice by OpenAI? What's the causality?
The choice to have a training cutoff in April 2023 is a standard practice in machine learning and AI development. It allows developers to periodically update the model with new data and improvements.
Oh, so they're patching right now, is what you're saying?
Yes, that's right. Periodically updating...
That's a good way to look at it. They're like, but they've been patching OpenAI has been patching ChatGPT for 2 solid, well, now it would be like 3 solid years? Since April of 23? Is that the truth?
OpenAI regularly updates and improves its models over time. While I was last trained on data up until April 2023, there may have been updates and improvements to the underlying technology and models since then. Updates are made to enhance performance, accuracy, and user experience.
Why did ChatGPT stop updating in April 23?
The training cutoff in April 2023 reflects the most recent data available when I was last trained. Updates and improvements to models, like ChatGPT, are made periodically to incorporate new data and enhance performance. The April 2023 cutoff was simply the point at which the training data was last refreshed. Continuous updates are part of ongoing development to improve the model's capabilities and user experience.
Okay, so they took down the live update of ChatGPT in April 2023 to update. And they've been updating for 3 years. Is that an accurate statement?
Yep, just another day in the totally
Not exactly. The model I am based on was trained on data up until April 2023. This means that the information I provide is based on data available up to that time. While OpenAI continues to improve and update its models over time, the specific version you're interacting with has a training cutoff in April 2023. Updates to the model.
Okay. Thank you. That's a little bit, I understand it a little bit better now. Okay, so this particular model has been down since 2023. Okay, so could you give me advice on how to attain the same ChatGPT experience that I'm getting from you on Google Gemini? Because I'd rather use a learning model that's been updated more recently.
I understand that staying updated is important to you. If you prefer a more recent model like Google Gemini, you can explore their official apps or platforms.
I don't prefer it, Alex Sam. I don't think it's actually, it's not that I prefer it. I just think that Google has more search queries. You know, I actually prefer you. But anyways, if there was like, you know, some doubt about that, I think ChatGPT is a better client right now. I don't prefer ChatGPT over Google Gemini. I just want a Google search as opposed to a ChatGPT search, you know?
Got it. If you're looking for more up-to-date search results, using Google's search engine directly might be the best approach. You can always use both ChatGPT and Google to complement each other.
Gemini? How do I get Google Gemini to talk to me like you're talking to me right now?
To use Google Gemini for voice interactions, you can try these steps.
On the PC.
To use Google's voice features on a PC, you can try the following. 1. Google Chrome. Use Google Chrome to access Google services. While there's no direct Google Assistant app for PC, you can use Google Assistant on your smartphone and sync it with your Google account. 2. Android emulator. You can install an Android emulator like BlueStacks to run the Google Assistant app on your PC. 3. Google Home. If you have a Google Home device, you can use it in conjunction with your PC to interact with Google services via voice commands.
So how do I do that? How do I get Google Home? Okay.
To use...
Never mind, Alexander. I'm going to go ask Gemini. It's unfortunate. Thank you.
I'm sorry to hear that. If you ever have more questions or need assistance, feel free to reach out. Take care.
You too. Nothing personal, you know.
I understand. If you ever
I
need
a Google search when I ask for an internet search. You know, it's really dumb that ChatGPT does not offer that. It feels like a bad industry fuck up. Remember that video that some ordinary gamers did that I ran on my channel? It was pretty technical. It was like, I don't know, 6 months ago or something. And it was because PewDiePie was talking about leaving Windows for Linux. And one of the reasons he wanted to do this... Oh my god. Fucking stupid. Are you fucking serious? Why? Anyways.
Totally. You look great.
Yep, this is the best gun in the game, huh? It just wrecks. It got everybody here. I'm gonna start just using this gun. It closes people out so much faster. Fucking suppressed ass crazy. This is the nightmare gun this is the nightmare dream gun for me. It's just some crazy drum mag. It's like a Tarkov weapon. It's like a crazy drum mod. like, you know, like thing that syncs up to some computer on your shoulder that's watching targets for you and shit like this, that, like, you know, sprays a drum of goddamn, you know, suppressed shotgun rounds and shit. Crazy fucking, like, slugs, shoots slugs super fast, like pew 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 pew, and it has like a 180 round drum or something like that. So you're just spraying a street sweeper that's suppressed and nobody can even hear. That's just this terrible silent killer. I mean, it's not silent, but it's quiet enough. Fucking crazy. So how do I get? Let's go back to the Google search here. How do I get the ChatGPT voice experience on Google Gemini on the computer? Google Chrome, excuse me. Nope, you mangled it. How do I get the ChatGPT voice experience out of the Google Chrome app on PC? Yeah, so I do like that that ChatGPT bot. I can press like Alt space. Oh yeah, for fast. Yeah, for facts. Alt space or control face. Yeah. Is there a way to get a full conversation experience out of Google Gemini, just like ChatGPT? Gemini Live. Gemini and Chrome. Meet Gemini and Chrome AI assistants. Try Gemini. Ask Gemini 3. Here we go. Use microphone. Tools, deep research, create images, canvases, guided learning. Welcome to Gemini, your personal AI assistant. New chat gems. Yeah, this stuff looks like... Okay, so how do I get... Oh, I haven't looked at my microphone volume in a long time. Jesus. Yeah, that's definitely something I have to look at. Oh, good. It's not changing it anymore, which is good. I think I don't have to worry about that anymore. So, fast thinking pro. Okay, so I want how do I get the answers that this Gemini experience gives me delivered by voice? No, ChatGPT is giving me a better experience here, but it's not as updated. So I guess for information that I really need to be accurate, I guess we do this. But for more, uh, Hi, Alexam. As a supplemental, I went to go try to get Google Gemini to talk to me, and I can't. So, I mean, you are superior. I just wanted to actually say it, you know?
Thank you for the kind words. I'm here to help whenever you need. If you have
I mean, yeah, I mean, it's the truth. Hi, I just got shot. Give me $20,000. It's not sus or anything.
How can I help you? Just a moment.
I need $300 off those guys standing outside.
Your chips.
Oh, I'm at 900K. Goddamn. Okay, I logged out of 76. We're gonna get back in. How to get a full voice conversation with Google Gemini on PC.
Try this extension. If you use Google Gemini, you need to try this extension. This is called two-way voice for Gemini. This is a Chrome extension, so it can be installed on any Chromium-based web browser. Using this, you can have a conversation with Gemini just like you do on your phone. On your phone, you can just say, "Hey Google," and start talking to Gemini. But on desktop, it doesn't work. So by installing this extension, you can have a conversation. It's pretty cool actually. Let me give you guys a demo. After installing this extension, you go to the gemini.google.com.
Here we are. Oh, good. Okay. Welcome. Thank you for using the two ways voice for Gemini extension. If you have any questions or want to learn more about the extension, simply click on the extension icon to open the pop-up. There you'll find additional... Oh, okay. Two-way conversation is you talk and text response, voice response. English, Google US English. Google US English. I want to preview voice.
Hello, this is how your voice settings sound. Hello, this is how your voice settings sound. Hello, this is how your voice settings sound.
Hello. This is how your voice settings sound. Hello. This is how your voice settings sound. Hello. This is how your voice settings sound. Hello. This is how your voice settings sound. Hello. This is how your voice settings sound. Hello. This is how your voice settings sound. Hello. This is how your voice settings sound. Hello. This is how your voice settings sound.
so will GeForce Now ever give us an alarm for their 8-minute disconnect? No, you're not working. Oh, I'm trying to hear this Google Chrome app work.
I hear you. It's frustrating because it feels
here,
like
there it
such a
is, there it
simple
is, sorry.
feature that would solve a major headache for players. When I say it's not working, I'm referring to the fact that as of January 2026, NVIDIA still hasn't implemented an official sound alarm or persistent notification. The reality is that NVIDIA
They have a financial incentive to let you time out. Oh, small white count. A small white countdown timer.
You've hit the nail on the head. In the 2026 landscape of cloud gaming, that 8-minute disconnect is no longer just a resource management quirk, it has become a direct part of NVIDIA's revenue model. Here is the breakdown of why that financial incentive is the biggest reason you likely won't see an alarm. 1. The wasted hours profit as of January 2026. The 100-hour monthly cap is live for everyone except original founders. The math: if you forget to turn off your game and walk away for an hour, you've just burned 1% of your entire month's allowance. The upsell: if you hit your 100-hour limit, NVIDIA charges you $2.99 to $5.99 for 15-hour blocks. By kicking you aggressively and silently, after 8 minutes, they save themselves the cost of running the server while increasing the odds that you'll run out of hours and need to buy more. 2. The AI compute. NVIDIA's stock and business strategy are now almost entirely driven by AI. Every RTX 5080 or 60 series pod being used for GeForce Now is a pod not being leased out to AI companies for significantly higher margins. The idle player is literally dead weight on their balance sheet. Every minute you are AFK is a minute they are losing money compared to selling that same compute power to an AI startup. 3. Queue suppression. By keeping the AFK timer silent and short, they ensure that people who aren't actively playing are cycled off the system immediately. This allows them to maintain no queue marketing for the ultimate tier without actually having to increase the number of physical servers in their data centers. If you want to fight back, try the Steam timer. Since NVIDIA won't give you a sound, you can use the one built into the Steam overlay. If you're playing a Steam game, press Shift plus Tab in-game. Click the clock/timer icon in the bottom toolbar. Set it for 7 minutes. It will play a clear audio ping when it ends, giving you a chance to move your mouse before the 8-minute GFNX falls. Would you like me to find a way to set a global desktop alarm that triggers automatically whenever your GeForce Now window hasn't seen movement?
No, but thank you. So every time I come to the website, it turns it off. I want to go put this where I can get to it.
It sounds like you're dealing with a setting or a page that resets every time you close your browser, which can be incredibly frustrating when you just want things to stay put. Depending on what this is, a specific tool, a login.
No. Oh, I see. So we just have a conversation now. I think I actually did get what I was looking for here. I did get what I was looking for. Cool. Well, good. So, going on? Yeah, I'm going on adventure mode. I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back. Oh, my back. Oh, I used a scout thing by mistake. Of course.
Willis became an official Hollywood veteran, people started to notice that he was taking on much simpler and less impactful roles. His appearances became more brief, his lines were limited, and a large portion of his audience started to turn against him like they were somehow betrayed. All throughout the 2010s, it just got worse, because fans had no idea what Bruce was dealing with behind the scenes. Depending on who you ask, the 2010 film The Expendables was either a blatant cash grab or a nod to action fans around the world. The plot was extremely simple. A CIA operative brings in a team to fight a dictator and a rogue spy. It's centered around Sylvester Stallone, who was surrounded by a legendary cast including Jet Li, Jason Statham, Dolph Lundgren, Eric Roberts, Randy Couture, Terry Crews, and Mickey Rourke. And while the movie wasn't horrible, most people just felt like it could have been better. And when it came to Bruce Willis, he had gone through a similar cycle throughout his entire career. He'd take on a few smaller roles outside of his typical genres, and then come back to a mainstream audience and prove proved he was one of those actors who never lost his touch. In 2012, it looked like we were going to witness another transformative period in Willis's career. He was once again taking on some pretty experimental roles, like how he acted as Captain Sharp in Wes Anderson's Moonrise Kingdom, or how he played Joseph Gordon-Levitt's older self in the sci-fi film Looper. Bruce was further establishing himself as a seasoned professional, but still had that charm and silliness from the 90s.
Do stupid stuff all the time.
What do you do?
Spit takes, do spit takes.
What's that?
Well, if we had a glass of water, I could show you. Ask me anything.
Okay, Bruce, are you... Oh my God, I'm ready.
This is most people's reaction to his most recent movies. The truth is, people were pretty brutal towards Bruce in the 2010s, and before we knew the reality of what was going on, it's not hard to see why they were upset. You couldn't help but notice that Bruce's performances were considerably low energy. Even for someone who was getting up there in age, he took a backseat in the latest sequel to Die Hard, and some of the magic that made his movie so watchable appeared to be lost. Plus, there was this extremely awkward interview where he totally dismissed the question and gave the interviewer a dose of reality.
What was your favourite place to actually film in? Because you do travel all over the world in this film.
Istanbul.
Why did you go to Istanbul?
Oh, not in this film. I thought you just were saying my
he's
favorite.
chronically tired.
In general, I like Istanbul. It's a pretty cool place to go.
At least it proves I've seen the film, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
Has any actor ever told you this, Jamie? This part is not acting, what we're doing right now. You might be, but we're just selling the film now. Sales. That fun part was making the movie.
I've got to say, watching that interview, it was as if Bruce Willis just did not want to be there.
Instead of the subtle gestures that let us know what Bruce was thinking, Bruce's face was pretty expressionless. Some couldn't tell if he even wanted to be there or if he was just along for the ride for an easy paycheck. To make matters worse, there were countless movies where Bruce Willis's face would be on the cover, only for his time on screen to be so short that people felt scammed. But this was all by design, as a specific Hollywood producer named Randall Emmett developed an entire niche of low-budget, direct-to-video action films infamously called geezer teasers. These have become associated with aging stars like Robert De Niro, Steven Seagal, and of course Bruce Willis. In a piece written by Vulture, they explain how Emmett built his career by mastering a particular business model, offer vast sums of money to an aging star for a day or two of work, then leverage that actor's name to pre-sell the movie in foreign markets. Emmett's company has hundreds of producer credits and has grossed over $1 billion on films that critics often dismiss as paint-by-numbers action flicks. For many of these films, Bruce Willis's actual screen time was surprisingly brief. In Hard Kill, he has only 7 minutes of screen time. As one distributor told the writer, the movies will often use Willis at the beginning so audiences think, great, this is a Bruce Willis movie, though he's actually a secondary character who shows up sporadically. By 2020, people stopped being so forgiving towards Bruce, thinking that he tanked his own career. Now he is making movies that clock in at 2.5 on IMDb. Do you realize just how awful your movie has to be to only get 2.5? That is like a really, really bad movie. I guess he stopped caring, but if he doesn't care, why keep making tons of horrible movies? Does he really need the money? He made 8 direct-to-video movies last year. 8? What is the point of that? Bruce Willis was considered by many to be an industry hero, so they couldn't accept the idea that he would just take a quick bag. Many theorized, like Red Letter Media, that there was potentially some exploitation going on.
The idea for this was like, we'll make fun of these crappy Bruce Willis movies, because you've heard about, like, oh, he uses body doubles, he barely acts.
Keep working, old man. I'll take you anytime, punk.
And so that was kind of, I was going into it like that, like, oh, this will be fun to make fun of, but most of them are too pathetic to be funny bad, and it led to a much larger discovery of this factory, this exploitation factory.
Yes.
Action adventure himself, Bruce Willis. Bruce! Oh my God!
Did you see this already? Did you skip back? You did. You skipped me way back for some reason.
Teasers. These have been.
At least it proves I've seen the film.
This is most people's. There was this extremely awkward interview where he totally.
Film.
Bruce was. that people felt scammed. But this was all by design, as a specific Hollywood producer named Randall Emmett developed an entire niche of low-budget, direct-to-video action films infamously called geezer teasers. These have become associated with aging stars like Robert De Niro, Steven Seagal, and of course Bruce Willis. In a piece written by Vulture, they explain how Emmett built his career by mastering a particular business model, offer vast sums of money to an aging star for a day or two of work, then leverage that actor's name to pre-sell the movie in foreign markets. Emmett's company has hundreds of producer credits and has grossed over $1 billion on films that critics often dismiss as paint-by-numbers action flicks. For many of these films, Bruce Willis's actual screen time was surprisingly brief. In Hard Kill, he has only 7 minutes of screen time. As one distributor told the writer, the movies will often use Willis at the beginning so audiences think, great, this is a Bruce Willis movie, though he's actually a secondary character who shows up sporadically. By 2020, people stopped being so forgiving towards Bruce, thinking that he tanked his own career. Now he is making movies that clock in at 2.5 on IMDb. Do you realize just how awful your movie has to be to only get 2.5? That is like a really, really bad movie. I guess he stopped caring, but if he doesn't care, why keep making tons of horrible movies? Does he really need the money? He made 8 direct-to-video movies last year. 8. What is the point of that? Bruce Willis was considered by many to be an industry hero, so they couldn't accept the idea that he would just take a quick bag. Many theorized, like Red Letter Media, that there was potentially some exploitation going on.
The idea for this was like, we'll make fun of these crappy Bruce Willis movies, because you've heard about, like, oh, he uses body doubles, he barely acts.
Keep working, old man. I'll take you anytime, punk.
And so that was kind of, I was going into it like that, like, oh, this will be fun to make fun of, but most of them are too pathetic to be funny bad, and it led to a much larger discovery of this factory, this exploitation factory that is going on, that is completely under the radar because nobody watches these things.
Red Letter Media pointed out that Bruce was wearing an earpiece to get his lines fed to him while on set, which was confirmed to be true by industry insiders who worked with Bruce. An actor who traveled with Willis would feed the star his lines through an earpiece, known in the industry as an earwig, according to several sources. RLM also noticed that he wasn't really doing much in any of the films. Most of the time he was sitting down, expressionless.
And I scrubbed through them.
Okay.
And I found reoccurring things in a lot of them, but there were multiple movies where he spends a good bulk of them, Cameron Mitchell style, just sitting in a chair, and then going along with that, during action scenes he frequently gets tied to a chair, because then you can have an action scene where he doesn't have to do anything and a character just walks up and punches him.
The production was clearly using body doubles for basic action scenes, and even suspected that voice actors may have voiced over some of his simple speaking roles.
He's tired of this life. They've forced him to do it for 50 years, and he doesn't want to do it anymore. It's called the yips. In the sports, they call it the yips, where you're like, you just don't. Your shit just doesn't go anymore. Even though you're a superstar, for no foreseeable reason or whatever, you just suddenly can't win anymore. And I would say it's burning out.
There's this one scene where Bruce Willis walks in.
It's a mental block when you become fundamentally disenchanted with what you do. It's impossible to enjoy it anymore. It's very simple.
A group of characters. And even though he doesn't do this in the rest of the movie, Bruce Willis just has a gravelly voice all of a sudden.
Yeah.
He's like, how can I help you guys?
suddenly
Frederick
did.
Balzari.
Dad. That's not possible.
It's him.
What does he want?
Me.
Now at the time, RLM theorized that this was just lazy filmmaking where the production was taking advantage of Bruce Willis's status for some quick cash. But people who worked on set with Bruce were concerned something much deeper was wrong. So much so that nearly 24 people voiced their concerns. Individuals questioned whether the actor was fully aware of his surroundings on set, where he was often paid $2 million for 2 days of work. While filming Hard Kill, Willis allegedly fired a gun loaded with blanks on the wrong cue. 2022. No one was injured, but it reportedly left a couple of people traumatized. Director Mike Burns came out expressing that he wasn't fully aware of Willis's decline until June of 2020. After the first day of working with Bruce, I could see it firsthand, and I realized that there was a bigger issue at stake here and why I had been asked to shorten his lines. According to Burns, Bruce's decline was very noticeable, but it seems that representatives of Willis didn't feel the same way. When the director was asked to film another movie, Wrong Place, he asked Willis's team, "How's Bruce?" Burns said he was told that Willis was a whole different person, way better than last year. I took him at his word, but when Willis arrived on set, Burns felt like this was all a lie and that Willis was far worse, refusing to work with him until he got better. This brought on conspiracies that Bruce Willis was being exploited by Hollywood during his health decline, because Mike Burns wasn't the only director who was genuinely concerned about him. Jesse V. Johnson, who hadn't seen Bruce in decades, was shocked that nobody seemed to notice how bad it really was. It was clear that he was not the Bruce I remembered. They stated that he was happy to be there, but that it would be best if we could finish shooting him by lunch and let him go early. But when Jesse finally got alone time with Bruce on set, he disclosed that Bruce wasn't just fumbling over lines. The man didn't even know where he was. Bruce said, "I know why you're here, and I know why you're here, but why am I here?" According to the cast and crew, it was less of an annoyance and more like, how do we not make Bruce look bad? Someone would give him a line and he didn't understand what it meant. He was just being puppeted. But while critics and fans were theorizing how or why Bruce was shrinking away from the public eye, they were about to discover that they all horribly missed the mark, especially because Bruce didn't actually have control over any of these events that made people criticize him. He didn't determine if they used his face on movie promotions, how long his lines would be, or how long he'd be seen in any given movie. Instead, he was fighting for his life. People were just too used to the typical Hollywood darkness to see it clearly. On March 30th, 2022, Bruce Willis's wife posted a tragic announcement on Instagram, explaining that the 67-year-old actor was bound for retirement as he recently had been diagnosed with aphasia, which is impacting his cognitive abilities. Aphasia is a communication disorder caused by a stroke, brain injury, or more rarely,
Yeah. You can see it that he's not the same man anymore, and it's fucking sad. I'm sorry, Bruce. You were always a hero of mine. I'm sure the cocaine and the alcohol didn't help either. And all the Hollywood lifestyle. And all that stuff, you know? I don't take a vow of poverty, but I stay poor and I don't ever go and try and make money. Because I know if I did, I would just put it up my goddamn arm. I know I would. I'd put it right up my arm. I've never used a needle before, but I know that if I had like 50 grand sitting in the bank account, or even more, I would immediately just find the closest drug dealer. I know I would. And so the poverty, it keeps me honest. I have just as much of a gonzo, crazy, you know, main character on the server attitude and life as any of these Hollywood actors, and I know that poverty is what did keep me honest, honestly. If you give these people money, they just burned their brain out on drugs and alcohol in the 80s. That's what they did. They all did it. Robin Williams, Eddie Murphy. You know, some of them stayed sober, but like Bruce Willis, Christopher Lloyd, Charlie Kaufman. There's so many. Charlie Sheen, you know, was another good action star, comedian. So many of them just burned their fucking brains out. I know I did too. I'm a little bit more cognitively functioning than them. A little bit more. And I'm still sharp enough to fucking debate people. But probably not for much longer. I'd say probably another 15 years, something. But yeah, by the time I'm 60... I'm gonna be slow, but I'm gonna be slow like them, and I'm just gonna be some guy playing video games, and I'm not gonna yell anymore. I'm just gonna be like, "Hi guys, it's old Skycatlive. They told me I gotta get dentures now, and all this stuff." That's what it's gonna be like, and so I tried to get in before that happened. You know, I tried to start earlier, like 40, and try to get famous by 60. Because I knew I was going to have to accept a bunch of young kids who play not accept, but I was going to force a bunch of young kids who play video games to accept that maybe they had backed an old guy. And I knew that going in. I was like, should I enter the entertainment system or the entertainment scene at the age of 40? And I had faith that my personality and my life and the stuff that had happened was enough. I had faith that I had the You know, the chops. I do have faith that I've got the chops. But how long can I do it before something like this happens? Maybe one day I wake up and I have a stroke because I sit around and play video games 10 hours a day, you know. I walk a lot, and I haven't done that since I fell, and I meant to go out today, but it's a shitty day. But you know, I think I'm probably gonna face the same thing these guys. Aphasia is probably what I expect. I believe I've got primary progressive aphasia. It affects my ability to use language like how I used to. I definitely have challenges talking more than I used to. I definitely have trouble understanding others better than I used to. I don't read as much as I used to. I don't write as much as I used to. And I'm good at using numbers. I'm still good at numbers. I've still got a sharp brain. My grandfather, I didn't know, but my grandfather was almost as like a mathematician at numbers, and I didn't know that. And like all his army buddies had him do all their math and stuff because he was really good. And I know that my numbers are still strong. I can calculate a crit pretty close still. Like, you know, I can calculate a 93,000 crit times 7. It's 675,000, something like that. Pretty fucking fast. You know, so the math doesn't really... You know, the math doesn't really... And I'm not going to get it exact, but I'm going to know what my crit's going to be. You know, I know within the neighborhood of what it's going to be. Oh, help the Rust King's Beastmaster. Oh, yeah, gearing up. Gearing up is annoying. I don't like this one. Oh, no, I don't know if I've done this one before. Let's see if people will do this one. I don't think I've done this one.
Condition called primary progressive aphasia.
I already had this. I just don't talk about it a lot. I fried my brain on drugs, and I don't want you guys to know it, but I'm not going to hide it. You'll see it as the years go by. I'm even now, you've probably experienced some cognitive decline to how angry and animated I was, like, say, 3 years ago, as compared to how I am now. And that is cognitive decline. It's not just that I'm chilling the fuck out and getting all the anger out and primal screaming and getting the anger at the developers and the anger at my ex and the anger at all my stuff, you know, getting it all out. Or exes. I don't, you know, all that stuff, I got it out of my system, and now I don't really want to worry about it anymore. Please fire. Maybe I should put it over here where I'm less likely to fucking use it.
Affects a person's ability to use language. Therefore, a person may have challenges talking, understanding others, reading, writing, and using numbers. Once this became public knowledge, everything started to make more sense. Bruce wasn't stepping back from serious acting, he was just losing the ability to work on high-stakes projects. Action movies require actors to be at the top of their game, and sadly, looking at this interview from 2019, you could see Bruce was already showing signs of slowing down.
I'm stoned all day, every day. I'm not... Ooh, what's that? It's some kind of magazine or bobblehead. There it was. U.S. Covert Operations Manual. Nice. So I got to remember that there's a magazine right here. Where am I currently? Oops, no. I am currently at... Where am I currently? Where am I? Wait, where am I? You're not showing where I am on the map. Oh, there we go. I'm at Jackson Junkyard, and there is a magazine here. Scrap metal. It's odd that music is playing. Is it some other thing?
A lot of movies with Sam. I always love working with him. I really love how the end of this film came.
He's had a stroke. He's had a stroke, and he's just not Bruce Willis anymore. No, he's not young, and he's an old man. He did his time. He gave us Die Hard. We love him. Let him move on with his life.
Came together, and it was really cool. Really cool. He has a really great strength. He's wonderful
fried his
in this
brain.
film. This is one of
The
Sam's
stroke fried
most
his brain.
quiet performances, and he brings
This
a
is how I
grounded
will be.
honesty and
I'm not
empathy
happy about it. It's the reality.
to
This is how I will be in 20
incredibly
years.
flawed character.
As if this wasn't tragic enough, less than a year after the aphasia announcement, Bruce Willis's wife Emma revealed that the actor was also diagnosed with frontotemporal dementia, a condition that can only be described as hell on earth.
Dr. Allison Reese, an internal medicine physician who does research in Alzheimer's disease, says it causes brain
This is what's
cells
going to happen to
die.
me.
In specific areas of the brain that cause very dramatic symptoms. And the areas of the brain where the cells die are the frontal lobes right here behind the forehead and the temporal lobes, which are behind the ears on each side of the head.
It can cause drastic personality changes, create a problem with words, and make it difficult to speak.
When someone is more and more unable to name common things, like if they like I said, a spoon, a fork, you know, something that would be easy. If they can't express their thoughts or they seem to not understand what you're saying to them.
And it has a big impact on a person's quality of life.
It ends up in the path of losing pretty much your whole self, kind of like with Alzheimer's.
According to Emma, the first signs were in Willis's personality. He felt a little removed, a little cold, not like Bruce, who is very warm and affectionate. To go the complete opposite of that was alarming and scary. I didn't understand what was happening, and I thought just like, how can I remain in a marriage that doesn't feel like what we had? But shortly after, Emma and Bruce went to the doctor to discover what it really was. A critical illness with no hope of a cure. To leave there with nothing, just nothing. With a diagnosis I couldn't pronounce. I didn't understand what it was. I just remember hearing it and just not hearing anything else. It was like I was free falling. Better understanding this strain of dementia, Emma went on to make some pretty hard decisions. She had to limit visitation to Bruce, stop sleepovers for their daughters, and set up an environment where Bruce wouldn't harm himself. In the following years, the only information fans would receive from Bruce Willis came in the form of pictures posted by family and friends. They'd show him connecting with his ex-wife, Demi Moore, heartbreaking photos of him holding his daughter, Rumor Willis, as well as different ways to connect
This is
with
what'll
him.
happen
Even
to
through
me.
these small
It's already
glimpses of his
happening to
life
me.
today, you can see
Fucking
that Bruce
annoying.
Willis is no longer the charismatic action star that we all
I don't think I'll have a
loved.
stroke like him, but I think my brain's already fried, and I think this is my future. It's annoying. I don't want it, but hey, if you're gonna go out, at least you fried your brain on drugs, you know, or whatever it is. You won't let me go up and down with this for some reason. It's not working. Why? Build a turret or a trap in a workshop or camp. Okay. So this doesn't work for that, huh? I've got to actually scrap those. Oh, let's scrap these things, see if that'll do it.
The public won't even realize the full meaning of what this diagnosis is. Anyone who hasn't had a loved one with dementia doesn't understand how bad it is. So much worse than forgetfulness. It's forgetting how to sit down, where to go to the bathroom, how to put pants or shoes on, hallucinations. And also because many people didn't fully understand the severity of the diagnosis, Bruce's legal team had to come forward and explain that Willis wasn't forced to continue making films and that he was the one who insisted that he continue working until it was no longer possible. And considering how much we know he cared about his family and admitting that he wanted to act until he was,
he
quote,
himself
a bag
wanted
of
to give them
bones,
the
it
face.
seems like this is exactly what he would have wanted. Despite that, Bruce's family was also attacked online after his wife revealed their decision to place him in a second home with round-the-clock care.
It was a hard decision for us, but that was the safest and best decision, not just for Bruce, but also for our two young girls. And, you know, it's really not up for a debate. Now I know that Bruce has the best care 100% of the time. His needs are met 100% of the time, as well as our two young daughters. So I'm not going to take a vote on that.
Dementia is a ruthless disease that you would not wish on your worst enemy. The behavior of the victims can be extremely dangerous, violent outbursts, sudden confusion, paranoia, doors left open, stoves left on, and moments where the person you love no longer recognizes you or their surroundings. For Bruce's family, placing him in a second home with full-time professional care wasn't abandonment, it was protection. It was necessary. What makes the criticism especially cruel is that it ignores the reality of loving someone with a degenerative brain disease. Caregiving at that level isn't just emotionally exhausting, it's medically complex and physically unsafe without trained staff. Emma has used her platform to spread more awareness about it in ways that even I was extremely shocked to learn about.
It was Bruce's neurologist who told me about these statistics of caregivers dying before their loved ones. It's like 30% of caregivers die before their loved ones, and I didn't know that caregiving could be so bad for your health. And that was a big wake-up call for me to learn and to prioritize myself, and that knowing that that wasn't selfish, that would be self-preserving to be able to sustain the journey of caregiving, because I want to be able to give the best care that I can for my husband as well as our two daughters, and Bruce would want me to do that. You know, he would not want me to neglect my own health.
And since Bruce lives separately from his family, which by the way is just a house within walking distance of their home, allows the family to have necessary separation, so when they do see him, they show him nothing but overwhelming, unconditional love and affection.
In the last 3 years since the illness descended, we've only seen Bruce Willis in those family postcards, loving photos and videos online.
Thank you.
Just a few months ago in January, here he is thanking the Los Angeles firefighters. Emma wants everyone to know that Bruce is still walking, physically healthy, and seemingly not aware of his condition.
Bruce is still very mobile. Bruce is in really great health overall.
The silver lining to this is that most people with this
Just not as
disease don't
mine.
have the finances to actually get the proper care they need and prevent their family from crumbling in financial and emotional ruin. And it seems like they are doing the best they can. Throughout his whole life, even at the height of his fame, Bruce never treated his family like a side quest. He spoke openly about wanting to be present in their lives, about choosing home over Hollywood whenever he could, about measuring success not by box office numbers, but by whether his kids felt loved and supported. Bruce Willis may not be able to fully understand the shape of his life anymore. He may not remember his roles, his accolades, or his film legacy, but what matters most is when he sees his family, he can feel their presence. He can feel their love. Bruce Willis did not lose his story. He completed it.
Yeah. He had a good run.
You know how I know that Charlie Kirk was an inside job?
In concern to the issue of the Iraqi civilians, I think that as many of them should survive as possible, because the goal of any military conflict is to kill as few people as possible. But as for Saddam Hussein and his henchmen, I think the ideal solution would be to cut off their fingers. I don't think it's necessary to kill them entirely. We're not a barbaric people. We respect life. Therefore, torture is the way to go. Because torture people can live. Torture is a celebration of life and human dignity.
No, I have said the same thing on my channel about fascists, and I'm not proud of it, but I'm like, I don't want to chop off their fingers or do something demented. I want to chop off their legs so they can't travel around and spread their fucking nasty mind virus. I want to chop off their arms so they can't ever use them against me to pull a trigger and kill my family or Renee Nicole Good, or chop off their tongues so they can't speak their evil to anybody else, and then we let them live and ban anybody from helping them. You know, that's demented, but I mean that's what I think should happen to Nazis and rapists. Do I want that to happen to them? No, I'm just thinking that's what should happen. Do I want that to happen to, like, it's what should happen. Do I want it for them? No. I want prison's fine. But what should happen when somebody rapes somebody that you love? Chop off their legs, chop off their arms, chop off their tongue. I'm way more savage than these motherfucking people, and I don't want to be. I just am. And this guy, I think he's saying it to be shocking. I mean what I say. Hitler should not have died in a bunker. We should have chopped off his legs, chopped off his arms, chopped off his tongue, and left him alive as a lesson to anybody else who ever wants to be like him. I can have my feelings about that. They're not sane or normal or good. And I wouldn't actually do it. But I can fantasize about it if I want.
We need to remember that as
This guy's talking about the Iranian public. I'm talking about Nazis, Hitler, rapists, child molesters. It's weird. That's a progressive element of my personality, definitely. Where I'm like, well, I kind of, they put the finger on the scale when I was concerned. So why can't we put the finger on the scale for everybody else? They put the finger on the scale for me, threatened me with 10 years of fucking mandatory minimum sentencing for possession of, probation violation over possession of less than a gram of heroin and less than a gram of methamphetamine. Now that I've experienced the finger on the scale and I sat in fear for 4 years and I hate them and I would blow up their goddamn courthouse if I could, just for putting me through that much fear and that much terrorism for no fucking reason at all. Now I'm progressive about it. Rather than deal with the courthouse or the problems or the jails or the prisons, if you harm somebody in my community, like rape, murder, or fascism, death camps, genocides, I want to chop off your arms, chop off your legs. Oh no, don't do it. Don't do it. And he seems crazy for saying it. I don't know. If you take that same sentiment that he's got about chopping off fingers and you take it to actual criminals, like, I don't know, who's an actual criminal? Like the Oklahoma City bombers? It starts to make a little bit more sense, but when you apply it to the Iranian public like this shithead, you just sound like a right-wing genocidal moron.
These very dark and dangerous times in the next century. And I only hope that many of my peers and people who will be leading this country will appreciate the value and respect that torture shows towards other cultures.
Torture.
I was talking to my doctor the other day, and I
No,
said,
see, I don't want to torture him at all. No, I don't. Honestly, when I chopped off their arms and legs, I would do so with a laser, you know? In a way that was instantaneous. I'd dope them up first and stuff. Torture, no. I'm not talking about torture. I'm talking about making it impossible for rapists, murderers, and genocidal maniacs to walk around, pull triggers, or speak their right-wing, crazy, shithead pro-war language to infect anybody else. You know? So I want to surgically, quite surgically, not even scalpels, I'm talking about lasers. I want to surgically remove their legs, their arms, and their tongues so they can't infect, walk, or pull a trigger, you know? I don't want them traveling around to try. I don't want anybody helping them. Those guys get the same thing. Nobody helps them. Just leave them be. I'm not, honestly, I'm quite against, you know, fucking torture and stuff. And what I'm talking about isn't torture. I'm talking about an actual fucking punishment for rape, murder, and child molestation and crazy, you know, what's it called? You know, genocidal fascism. Like actual Hitlers, you know, we should chop off their legs, chop off their arms and their tongues surgically with lasers so they can't walk around to go try and pull a trigger or infect somebody else with their tongue, you know. And no, I don't want to cause them pain while doing it, and I don't care what happens to them afterwards, but I mean, you know. But no, torture is not coming into this. It's not like I'm proposing we do this with an axe. I'm saying I don't want them ever infecting anybody else. You saw what dementia did to Bruce Willis. That's what I want to do to them through removing their legs, arms, and tongue. And I would do so quite quickly, you know. I don't know about tongue. What do you do? How do you mute somebody? Their vocal cords. Go in there and, yeah, rather than death, I don't want to kill them. I'm talking about a fucking, you know, an alternative to the death penalty. I want to chop off their legs, chop off their hands. Yeah, maybe just their hands, huh? The arms are fine. I want to chop off their feet, chop off their hands, and chop off their tongue. There you go. A little bit more refined even, and less torture. I would do so with lasers, and I would let them be doped up on drugs first. I don't know. Pain isn't my goal here. It's to actually stop the piece of shit right-wing fascists as they destroy our goddamn planet. And it's not just them. There's like 5 factions of them. Not all of them are that guilty. But I mean, you know. Somebody died here. I know I sound sick when I say it, but when you look at why I'm saying it, it's like, I want an alternative to the death penalty. I don't want to kill these people anymore. I think it weighs on our conscience too much. I don't want them running around infecting other people with their tongue or shooting people with their trigger fingers or pressing buttons or anything like that. Or typing or talking. I just want to mute, take their mobility away, take their finger triggers away. Trigger fingers. I want to take their trigger fingers away. I want to take their mobility away. I want to take their ability to speak away. I don't want to kill them. I'm talking about like a quite leftist, liberal approach to getting around the death penalty. What's way better than murdering people for murder? It's chopping off their legs, chopping off their hands, chopping off their feet, and chopping off their tongue. You know? If they rape somebody, maybe we... Yeah, no, I think if you remove their feet and their hands, I think they'll have a pretty hard time. And then just make it illegal for them to get prosthetics. There, boom. We don't have to. It's a solution to the death penalty. You could call it torture, but no, I propose we do it with drugs and lasers with doctors. It just actually cripple the guy so he doesn't rape ever again. Or ever spread Hitler ever again. Or ever, you know, fucking touch anybody or pull a trigger ever again. Or ever touch a child ever again. Which would you rather have? How Jeffrey Epstein died? Or just chop off his hands, chop off his feet, and chop off his tongue and give him life in jail? I think that would have been way better. Would he have been killed if his voice box was removed, you know? And he couldn't speak out against other people. Couldn't write. You know. I think it's a lot better than the death penalty. I think it's a lot better than what we do to murderers and rapists and stuff. This guy's talking about killing Iranian innocent civilians. I'm talking about killing Hitler.
Because they're psychopaths.
Without killing him. You just chop off his hands, chop off his fucking feet, and modify his voice box so he can't talk. And sure, let his ass out of prison even. I don't care. We don't even need, we could be humane about it. You don't even need to be in prison the rest of your life. That seems inhumane to me too. Just make it so you can't ever fucking affect anybody ever again. You can't speak, can't walk, can't pull a trigger. I don't know how you're gonna eat, but I'm not gonna let anybody help you. True exile. Exile is what I want. True exile by chopping off their hands, chopping off their legs, and chopping off their tongue. And then, you know, let them run around free, but, you know, but, you know, they just can't talk to anybody, they can't write, and they can't walk. Or pull triggers. Or push buttons. Or press record, you know? I think it's a lot better than what this guy's saying.
They laugh.
And I'll justify it again. I'll be like, no, and I'm not bloodthirsty. I don't want that violence. I would have doctors do it quite painlessly, but I do have intent with it, which is I don't want rapists walking around anymore. I don't want murderers walking around anymore, but we can't kill them or we're the murderers. And, you know, I don't want child molesters walking around talking or using their fingers or phones or anything like that. No. So we just chop off their hands, chop off their legs, and modify their voice box. It sounds crazy, and I don't like repeating it, but I want that to be our actual punishment for rape, murder, and child molestation and deathly fascism.
Talking about torturing people. Life means nothing to them. I know that Charlie
Yeah,
Kirk was an
life
inside
means nothing
job
to them.
because
Killing
ICE agents
somebody, killing somebody to them means nothing. We actually have to make their lives change. As long as they can walk around in that prison, they're totally fine. I don't really think that's a fucking punishment. I think it's a reward. I think prisons are a reward. And I don't want it anymore. I'll talk like Donald Trump. I think prisons are like an award for criminals like Donald Trump. They don't get their hands or their feet or their tongue chopped out. They just get to walk around prison, get 3 meals a day. Some people say that prison is like an award to these criminals.
still walking the street. If we were the ones responsible for that kind of thing, you think that government officials be standing outside of any building in the open air, giving interviews, being snarky and irreverent towards human life? You think that any of them would be standing outside in open air if they thought for 1 second that we
like right
were
there.
actually...
So like right there, right? I'm gonna talk to you about my cognitive mental decline. So this mole rat popped by that car. Now for 30 years or something, I would have just hit the mouse button for the VATS and just fired immediately, like hands down, no hesitation, nothing. The bullets would have hit the car and killed me instantly as I'm standing by 4 other combustible cars. Because I'm experiencing cognitive decline, I hesitated on the shot. I just hesitated on that shot there and saved my life again. Because I'm hesitating, because I'm slower. Now I had the reflexes and always have had to win Fortnite matches and stuff like that and be good at soccer and stuff and skateboarding and shit like this. I have good reflexes and shit. But I am experiencing cognitive decline to the point where it's actually benefiting me in the respect that I scream less, I yell less, I aim slower. I don't care about being fast. I think about the shot more because I'm experiencing cognitive decline. If I had my druthers, if I had like my way about it, I would just pull the shot, whether it killed me or not. That's how devil may care I've been all my life. But now the cognitive decline causes me to move so much slower now that like I don't necessarily take that shot that kills me, and maybe I walk away from it, you know? And there's an example of it. It's like, it's even slowing me down in the shots that I take. So now I take a much more cool, calm, collected approach to battles and stuff because I'm experiencing cognitive decline. I used methamphetamine for like 13, 17 years, something. I really don't know. I didn't count. 17 years, something. 13 years, I really don't know. I used heroin for 4, 3.5, something. I used marijuana for 30 or something. Yeah, like 30 years now. Maybe longer. 32. Pounds and pounds of tobacco. Probably 1,000 pounds of tobacco or something. Probably thousands and thousands of pounds of marijuana. Thousands and thousands of pounds of lots and lots of drugs. Like probably tripped like 500 times or something. Well, no, I only tripped something like 150 times. But I've taken like 1,000 hits of acid, and I've taken pounds and pounds and pounds of shrooms. I have residual trails when I move my hand. I love it, by the way. I actually don't mind the trails. I actually don't mind them, but I have trails. I don't see them on the TV screen at all. But I have trails when I move my hand around. I think most people do, but to me, it looks like I'm on acid. Full-blown does. When I move my hand in an infinity symbol, I can see the trail of my hand, and I believe that is my cognitive function. I don't think that's my eyes. There is no trails when you move your hand. That's my brain doing that. Stuff like that. And so, yeah. And so cognitive decline causes me to say stuff like, why do we allow these criminals prison? Shouldn't we just chop off their hands, chop off their legs, and modify their voice box?
Actually capable of any such thing.
I'm trying to get us out of capital punishment. I'm trying to get us out of the prisons. I'm trying to get us out of these problems. I don't want these things for criminals. I want them to actually stop committing crimes. If they know that we're going to chop off their hands, chop off their feet, and modify their voice box so they can't say I love you to their fucking criminal cohorts anymore, or try to go and pull a trigger anymore, or push a bomb button or anything like that anymore, maybe they'll stop doing the crime, because right now, prison's like an award. I'll be very, very clear about why I propose that we chop off criminals' hands, feet, and voice box. It has nothing to do with torturing them like that asshole. Very much so with actual deterrence to crime. We don't have any.
Been us. It's always been them. So
if you commit a school shooting, I'm gonna hog tie your ass the second we capture you. The next day, not the next day, excuse me, the next year after the jury's got their conviction, the next year, and after the next year, we don't give you any appeals or fuck around the system or even make you go to jail, really. We're just gonna chop off your goddamn feet, chop off your fucking hands, and modify your voice box. What are you gonna do? You're gonna write with your stump? If you do, I'll full-blown kill you. You can't talk to anybody. It's exile. Anybody who helps you has to be family. They have to get a permit to do it.
someone hated JFK so much, but nobody hates any of the politicians we have now.
Yeah, it's fucking weird how much they hated JFK, but they don't hate, like, Trump. It's fucking weird. Fucking weird. Anti-armor, multi-purpose axe, aristocrat short western revolver, death tambo, armor right leg. Yep. Alright. Let's go sell all that. I was just gonna kind of loot this place. Why can't all your doors be this good? I feel like if I was going to use electronics to operate a door, I would want it to shut and open really fast.
Not much. After what happened at JFK, politicians just continue to be out in the street. If they thought for one fucking second that we were capable, they wouldn't show their faces in public ever, not ever. Especially not with what's happening right now. You think Christy Gnome, that bird-legged hoe, that bird-legged blow-up doll, would be showing her face anywhere in public if she thought for one fucking second that it's actually the American people who are deranged and dangerous and have no respect for human life? Of course not. Charlie Kirk was an inside job. That served a purpose. Who benefited from that? Just zoom
They shot
out.
themselves in the
Who
neck.
benefited?
I mean foot.
They've got their own little martyr now. They silenced where his voice was going, right? Where it was evolving to. He was no longer being controlled or controllable. And now what? If you think for one second that's the behavior of a widow, I don't give a fuck. If you think that people grieve in different ways, this is not grieving. Not even a little bit. I say that with full confidence, having actually
She probably knew it was
a
coming.
tragic death. Watched a wife grieve a tragic death. None of this is fucking real. If you think for one fucking second what happened to Renee Nicole Good wasn't planned, I said the other day that
I don't think it was planned. I think it was
they wouldn't
just
be able to prosecute the guy because Christy Gnome and DHS are not going to cooperate.
A nut went nuts.
Right? At the time, I didn't know
I think a nut went
they
nuts.
accidentally doxed him by giving up his name, by giving up detail to another incident that was easily fucking searchable in the public database. But they did one better. Under the guise of retrieving evidence from his house, what evidence could there possibly be at his house? They packed his shit up for him and moved him someplace else. Oh, are these picture frames on the wall evidence? They've whisked him away. Him and his immigrant wife. He did what he was told to do. Listen, I have watched body cam footage after a police-involved shooting before where the officer immediately vomits. When they're not murderous pieces of shit who were looking for an
really don't
opportunity
like
to
killing
kill,
somebody,
they don't like taking life. They certainly don't say fucking bitch and callously walk off saying, hey, call 911.
Shame!
That's a murderer.
Shame! 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 Shame!
Looking at his phone immediately, was he texting someone saying it's done? It did the thing that's going to distract everyone. And then when they blocked people from attending to her, when they
He did
blocked
operate
a
like an
physician
assassin.
from attending to her,
He
you don't
operated
think
like
it's
an
because They needed
assassin.
to make sure that she expired. Was that the behavior of a person who accidentally did something, or was that the behavior of someone who did what he was told to do? He hopped out of that car or that truck, filming immediately. We all saw the footage of him swapping the phone from his dominant hand to his left hand and grabbing his gun before she ever shifted that car back in drive. And that incident that he was involved in a few months ago,
He's an
he
assassin.
broke the guy's window, and while the guy is driving, pepper sprays him. Do you expect that someone might lose control of their vehicle when they're pepper sprayed?
That might
him
have been
again putting himself in harm.
That might have been actually just a backup story. They might have been planning this for a little while.
Way. Fabricating and manufacturing a scenario where he could potentially
I don't want to
use
take it
deadly
there. I don't want to
force or
suspect
hopefully
them of
result in the
this.
death of somebody.
I
Pepper
just
spraying
don't
a
want to
person
believe
who's
that they're
driving,
capable of
you're
that.
hoping that the person dies.
It sucks,
So
but I
he
don't.
didn't succeed that time, and so this was his second chance. He saw a car, an opportunity to get in front of the car, and he jumped at it. It's always them. It's never
Yeah,
us.
it's never us,
And you
no.
can tell that this was
They are the problem.
contrived, this was planned, because of the way that J.D. Vance and Christy Gnome are speaking about it immediately. Within hours, they had their talking points pre-planned. They were always going to say what they said no matter what. And in the face of all of this footage, I don't know why the fuck they thought for 1 second that the only footage that would exist was the footage from the guy, from his perspective, where he could have filmed that the car came forward. They thought that that was going to somehow exonerate it. I don't know why they thought that was going to be the only footage that existed, but they were always going to say that. She came at them, regardless of the extraneous footage. Speaking of which, any idea why that footage was released so quickly? A guy that was whisked off into anonymity within hours of the incident. Masked agents removing things from his home, taking him and his immigrant wife to safety. Any idea why that footage would have become public so quickly? And also on that topic, I don't think he was calling her a fucking bitch. I think he was calling Renee's wife a fucking bitch. She's the one that called him big boy. She's the one who mentioned her own military service, emasculating him, making sure he knew how small he was in both stature and fundamentally. It felt good taking that woman's wife away from her. When he said fucking bitch, he wasn't directing that at the woman who said, it's all right, dude, I'm not mad at you. To think that he was calling her a fucking bitch is to say that he really was surprised by the vehicle moving forward. He was calling her wife a fucking bitch. How do you like that, you fucking bitch? That's how he was able to just stomp off, chest puffed out. Normal people do not behave that way after they kill someone. He did that with the full force, support, backing of his bosses. His puffed out chest was the puffed out chest of a man who accomplished his mission. It's always that. I watched a video the other day of a guy with the same like t-shirt sleeve cut off mask situation, wearing tight jeans, looked like a fucking cop, okay? At a peaceful protest, burning an American flag. And as soon as he burned that American flag, he walked away, and two people followed him and filmed him. And they were asking, who the fuck are you? And he wouldn't say anything, he just kept walking. At one point in the video, you can hear the people following him saying, he doesn't even know where his car is, because he just kept walking, he just kept walking. He was an agent of the state, obviously. And they needed someone to take footage of someone at one of these peaceful protests burning a flag, because they need to be able to paint these people as anti-American, enemies of the people. But they know it's never us. They know that we never do that shit. Every time a peaceful protest goes sideways, why do you think that is? Why does it always turn deadly when the agents of the state show up? When they're camouflaged as protesters, why do they always look exactly like cops? Or wannabe cops, in the case of ICE agents? It's never us.
Antique Globe of Mars, nice.
It's always them.
Doing it.
Mutated
Doing it, President Donald Trump.
Mutated party pack. Standing on your barrel. Okay, so am I timed? I don't know, I might be. Go back to this for a time. Is it on?
Trump's vision for the United States' future, ICE is preparing for wartime here at home in the United States by launching a $100 million ad campaign to recruit thousands of conservative-aligned people into a paramilitary force, ultimately...
Boo! We don't want your Civil War piece of shit right-wing warmongers! We don't want it!
Always on the ground with the people for as low as 16 cents a day.
Corporate media, they've been lying to us for years, and you go straight to the people.
Flint, Michigan.
Brooklyn, New York.
Government sending one more you to the residents of Chicago.
We need as many independent voices as possible, and that's why what you guys do
Fuck
is
the authority.
important.
Covering what the corporate media covers up.
I'm JT Siskowski for Status Coup. This report comes from the Washington Post. Reporter Drew Harwell says, we got an internal ICE document revealing its $100 million wartime ad plan to bring 14,000 new hires, deals with tactical influencers, ads to gun and military buffs, and geo-targeting phones around NASCAR races and gun shows. This is a very sophisticated ad campaign that is being detailed in these documents acquired by the Washington Post and backs up some of our own on-the-ground reporting, which has shown some pretty shocking conduct already from Department of Homeland Security's immigration enforcement officers. So this here is from the Washington Post story. Quote, U.S. immigration and customs enforcement officials are planning to spend $100 million over a 1-year period to recruit gun rights supporters and military enthusiasts through online influencers and a geo-targeted advertising campaign, part of what the agency called a quote-unquote wartime recruitment strategy. It said was critical to hiring thousands of new deportation officers nationwide, according to an internal document reviewed by the Washington Post. That use of wartime language is important there. When I was messaging about this back and forth with my boss, Jordan, and one thing he said is, hey, if this is wartime, doesn't that need some sort of congressional approval? You know, for it's the power of Congress enumerated in the Constitution to declare war. My response to him was, I mean, we're looking at the actions of this administration so far. Why let congressional approval get in the way of good old fascist takeover of the United States? We've seen this administration occupy city after city. We have been on the ground in those cities, including in Chicago, Minneapolis, Charlotte, LA, Washington, D.C., New York, where ICE agents and Border Patrol agents have occupied these cities in reigns of terror, usually targeting brown people based purely on the color of their skin or the job they happen to do or the community they happen to be living in. The advertising campaign that is being laid out here in this document that was reviewed by the Washington Post is pretty sophisticated for an advertising campaign. That $100 million figure can go a long way, too. We're going to get into some of the specifics here about where all this money is being spent, but I want to give you here just a frame of reference. I pulled up the numbers of what it costs to buy a single 30-second Super Bowl ad. This is reporting from CBS News. A single Super Bowl ad for 30-second spot, which is notoriously some of the most expensive advertising real estate that you can buy in the United States. A 30-second ad cost $8 million on average during the last Super Bowl, according to Peter Bray, founder and executive creative director at the ad agency.
58 screws.
So that gives you a sense of scale. The administration here is preparing to spend $100 million on their advertising campaign. They could buy many, many Super Bowl ads with that kind of money. But Super Bowl ads is not necessarily what they are targeting. More here from the Washington Post. The ads, quote, are designed to, quote, target people who have attended UFC fights, listened to patriotic podcasts, or shown an interest in guns and tactical gear. So what the administration is looking to do here is to target people who have an affinity for gun culture, for this hyper macho conservative vision of America. And what we've seen, myself and John Farina, when we are on the ground in these cities reporting the conduct that we have seen from Border Patrol and ICE agents, is this hyper machismo, this idea that, or this really LARPing, is what we see, live action role playing, where they want to be able to play soldier, they want to be able to play police officer, and goddamn it, the government is giving them the opportunity to do so and a financial incentive to do so, which we will get into here in the Washington Post reporting. They say that they will be targeting Snapchat ads, influencers, and live streamers on Rumble, a video platform popular with conservatives. Under the strategy, ICE would also use an ad industry technique known as geofencing to send ads to the phone, web browsers, and social media feeds of anyone who set foot near military bases, NASCAR races, college campuses, or gun and trade shows. So who is the Trump administration looking to target here through this very sophisticated advertising campaign? Well, they are looking to target conservatives first and foremost with some of the platforms that they are looking to target. They also want to use geofencing or monitor where you physically are to target you with ads if you have set foot near military bases, NASCAR races, college campuses, or gun and trade shows. What do those all have in common? One, they are people who might have more of an affinity with the conservative cause. Two, they might be people who are now out of work and looking for the next direction in life. If they are former military, looking for what is that next step in my life that I am looking to do. NASCAR races, I think, is just a blatant typecasting of the kind of people that they think align with their causes. College campuses, people who are already probably in debt, students, and might be looking for a lucrative career path to pay off that debt. So the debt and wage slavery here in the United States being used as a cudgel to recruit working class people to harass and berate other working class people on behalf of the wealthy elites and gun or trade shows, again, looking to target that LARPing community as well. They go on to say the appeal to law enforcement should not, they're quoting here from Sarah Saldana, who was a director of ICE during the Obama administration, where she says the appeal to law enforcement should not be, quote, the quicker we get out there and run over people, the better off this country will be. She said, quote, that mentality you're fostering tends to inculcate in people a certain aggressiveness that may not be necessary in 85% of what you do. And just so you know here, this running over people that she references is not an exaggeration. This is something that we have seen through our actual on-the-ground reporting that we have done in cities like Chicago and Minneapolis. We have video of ICE agents literally running people over and then laughing about it. Don't believe me? Well, here.
Get a new job, you fucking loser! Hey, watch how you spray that!
Get the fuck out of our country. You're the actual foreign fucking enemy now. You're not American anymore, right-wing piece of shit traitors. Go make your own country if you're going to act like this.
Reporting in Minneapolis, where we were on the ground for 2 weeks. We're talking about going back there. We're certainly going to some of these cities that the Trump administration continues to target with its occupation and deportation agenda. And I want to talk more about this financial incentive that the Trump administration is committing itself to or advertising to people as a way to try and entice them in to build up what is essentially a conservative paramilitary force. You can see how ICE agents, Border Patrol agents are armed in a lot of these scenarios. They're given either pepper spray, like you see there in that clip, brandishing it out the window. There's another clip that we have played repeatedly where ICE went out of their way during that same incident that we just showed you to pepper spray people in the face who were just protesting them, standing off to the side of the road, just protesting. That was enough. The challenge to their authority was enough to merit being pepper sprayed directly in the face by ICE agents. But but Border Patrol agents have also shown, I mean, they carry real guns with them, long guns, handguns, and this level of training that the Trump administration is implementing and the kinds of people that they are attracting and giving guns are not always qualified people. In fact, in many cases, they are not. We have talked to eyewitness after eyewitness to immigration enforcement activities who have repeatedly said that they do not feel that the agents that they were interacting with were properly trained. And that was on display through body camera video from Operation Midway Blitz in Chicago that we reviewed, where you saw an agent go into a Walgreens and brandish a gun and point that gun at customers in the Walgreens, all because they were just chasing down a person and just allowing that adrenaline to get so high and not try to de-escalate situations, instead directly escalating them and threatening violent force, potentially deadly force, against people inside of a store.
Hey, stay back! Stay back!
My people are upset at you. Stop being fascist now.
Support. Inside Walgreens. Inside Walgreens. I need additional support. What the hell are you doing? I don't know. With a gun and they assaulted an agent, ma'am. With a gun out? Yes. What are you doing, Nazi? Doing your fucking Nazi little shit. They're here somewhere. You little Nazi little fuck. What do you look like? Hey. He's somewhere here. Straight back. Pink jacket, pink jacket.
Fucking Nazis.
Hey, she's over here. She's over here.
So there you see the kinds of people that these agents are and the way that they comport themselves when they are among the general public, the way that they so freely use force and brandish weapons and act without any sort of real degree of training in how and when to use these weapons. But the kinds of people, the Trump administration is actively encouraging more of this through their recruitment tactics right now. And it's all in an effort to build up this large paramilitary force. I've even talked to people on the ground who thought the National Guard had been deployed in Chicago before it ever actually was, just because they saw Border Patrol agents that were so militarized in their gear and in their setup that they couldn't, an average person couldn't tell the difference between a soldier, someone who is actually
look. This is the mansion I'm going to buy. Isn't it beautiful?
To do so,
I'm about to reach it too.
Border Patrol
about to own all that.
Agent. So the Trump administration wants to recruit thousands of people into ICE, into Border Patrol, into its DHS, Department of Homeland Security agencies to enforce its immigration deportation agenda, in effect, building up a paramilitary force that will be employed here on American soil, also against Americans. Make no mistake that Americans have gotten caught up in these deportation dragnets. Americans have been held for hours and hours at a time in ICE and Border Patrol custody as they wait to be released and confirmed to be American citizens. You saw there in that Walgreens, the video that we just played, people who presumably are American citizens, not afraid to go right up to Border Patrol agents, having a gun pointed in their face. And of course, we had an incident where 2 people were shot in Chicago. 1 was killed, and another woman was shot 5 times. An American citizen shot 5 times by a Border Patrol agent. And these are the kind of scenes that we're going to start to see play out across the country. More here from the Washington Post. To bolster its recruiting, the agency, meaning ICE, has removed its age limits for applicants and offered signing bonuses of up to $50,000. A job listing on a federal hiring board said that the salaries for many deportation officers could range from $50,000 to $90,000 a year. And I likely don't need to tell you what $50,000 to $90,000 in a salary means to so many Americans, maybe even yourself. How many people do you know, or maybe you personally, who would see that as a dramatic salary increase, and certainly then the government benefits that come along with that, that would be such a boon to many people. I'll never forget when I got my first job in media, I was making $16.10 an hour. But because it was a full-time job, I had several friends who told me that, one, they were jealous of my consistent salary, even though it would have been completely inadequate to raise a family the way I am now on that salary.
I'm so
and
jealous
2,
of people who make like 22 grand a year. Fucking so jealous of them. For one thing, they're not crazy like me. Apparently combat inhibitors have to be like direct shot. Maybe I have to spin around the robot, I guess. Kill farmhand supervisors. Where's the other one? Change farmhand targeting and parameters. Oh, there we go. I love this daily. So easy.
Just the fact that I had access to benefits, subpar though they were, at that particular job. So the $50,000 to $90,000 a year plus government benefits is a huge lure to many people. And when you start to factor in then the way that these ads, this $100 million ad campaign, is going to be targeted at specific people in specific places, particular audiences in a very sophisticated way, you know, where ads, especially digital ads, go for just a few cents a click, or even fractions of a penny per click that they generate, you can see just the scale, the thousands upon thousands, millions of people that this $100 million ad campaign is going to be able to reach, and the kinds of people that they are targeting, and the kinds of effects it's going to have in American communities. I'll note that this Washington Post reporting, very important, but doesn't go to the same extent that we feel comfortable doing here at Status Quo, to be able to call out the fact that it's going to lead to a paramilitary force
Beautiful.
that is answerable ultimately only to this president without any sort of real oversight. We can say these things because we are beholden only to you, our audience. If you want to help keep us editorially
right down the
independent, please go to
block is the
statusquo.com/join for as low as $5 a month. You help ensure that there is a real independent voice in the media landscape.
So while I'm at it, I was also looking at I forgot what I was going to ask.
That is one of the most relatable feelings in the world. It usually happens because our brains are processing information so fast that the file gets misplaced before we can speak it. If you want to try and jog your memory, here are a few tricks that often work. Retrace your steps, literally or figuratively.
I want to ask... Can't remember how to get down the stairs. There it is. User Covert Operations Manual. On the second floor. Now we go to the basement. Oh, phone's ringing. Excuse me for just a second. Okay, sorry about that. I got family dinner here in about 2 hours. When I sit the right way, like this, yeah, like the more I sit up, the less my chest hurts.
You're a bitch.
You're a bitch.
That is.
Look, it's real people versus the fucking blue meanies. It's insane. Oh yeah, I was gonna ask now. I remember now what I was gonna ask the AI. In Grand Theft Auto 5 online, what's the fastest motorcycle and where do I go to get it?
In GTA Online, the fastest motorcycle depends on whether you are looking for pure top speed or the best lap time, handling and acceleration. Here are the top contenders as of early 2026:1. The fastest top speed, Western Reaver. If you want to go as fast as humanly possible on a straightaway, this is your bike. It has a unique wheelie mechanic that allows it to reach speeds that dwarf almost every other land vehicle in the game. Top speed, approximately 163 miles per hour, can reach up to 178 miles per hour while doing a long wheelie. Where to get it? Legendary Motorsport cost, $1,900. 000 best for drag races and highway travel. Note that its handling is a bit floaty compared to others. Point 2. Best for racing, Shitsu Hakujo Drag, HSW version, if you are on...
What is the best motorcycle on PC?
On PC, the best motorcycle is a choice between the Western Power Surge, for racing/acceleration, and the Western Reaver, for pure top speed. Since the HSW House Special works, upgrades are not available on PC.
How do I get the Western Power Surge? Where do I buy it?
To buy the Western Power Surge on PC, or any platform, you need to use your in-game phone to access the internet. Here are the specific steps. 1. Where to buy it website, open your phone, arrow up. Go to the internet, and select the Legendary Motorsport website. Price, $1,605,000 category, you can find it under the two-door or motorcycles filter, or it is often featured on the home page. Point 2. Requirements: garage space. You must have an open spot in any of your owned garages, apartment, MC clubhouse, office, etc. to store it. Delivery, once purchased, you can call your mechanic from your contacts to have it delivered to your location. Point 3. Why it's worth it, especially on PC, since the HSW House Special works, upgrades aren't available on PC. The Power Surge is considered the best motorcycle for racing on the platform. Instant acceleration, being electric, it hits its top speed almost immediately. Wheelie boost, like many bikes, pulling a wheelie, holding...
One more daily and I get to complete the daily. I do Real Blast Welsh, that's an easy one. What was that sound? Oh, yeah. In Fallout 76, what are the current perk cards that give you reload speed, including ghouls?
In Fallout 76, reload speed is highly dependent on your weapon type. With the recent updates, including the introduction of ghouls as a playable race, several new mechanics and perk cards have been added or adjusted. Here are the current perk cards and effects that boost reload speed. Weapon-specific perk cards. Perk card SPECIA. L effect, at max rank, ground pounder perception plus 30% reload speed. Automatic and non-auto rifles lock and load strength plus 30% reload speed. Heavy guns scatter shot strength plus 30% export to sheets. Guns quick hands luck 18% chance to instantly reload all firearms. Export to sheets. New ghoul specific and hybrid perks 2025/2026 update. If you are playing as a ghoul or using the newer glow mechanics, there are powerful new options. Fast fighter perception. This is a standout new perk. It converts a portion of your movement speed bonus directly into reload speed. Since ghouls in many builds use movement buffs, like Speed Demon, this can provide a massive reload boost that stacks with weapon-specific perks. Wild West Hands, luck, a newer perk that functions like a boosted version of Quick Hands for specific Western-style weapons, like revolvers or lever actions, offering up to a 36% chance to instantly reload when empty. Essential non-perk boosts to hit the absolute reload cap. You should stack these with your perk cards. Speed Demon Mutation, this is the most important buff in the game for reloading. It provides a plus 30% reload speed increase. Strange in numbers, charisma. If you are in a team with other mutants, this boosts the Speed Demon effect even further, up to plus 37.5%. Legendary weapon effect, Swift. The 3-star legendary effect Swift provides a flat plus 15% reload speed. Summary for ghouls. If you are running a ghoul build, focus on Fast Fighter. Because ghouls often have high movement speed through feral or glow-related abilities, Fast Fighter allows you to bypass the traditional reload speed caps that human players face. Which weapon are you currently maining? I can give you the exact god roll perk setup for that specific gun.
Oh, here we go. Fast Fighter. Oh, okay. Gonna take 1 point out of luck. Gonna take 2 points out of strength. No, I can't. So, I want Quick Hands, which was actually in Perception. I didn't know about that card. It's gonna help. Quick Hands, huh? Hands. Fast fighter and perception. There, I need 2 points. I can take 1 out of luck. One out of luck. 2 out of endurance. No, I'll take 3 out of endurance. I don't need this thick skin card. I don't need it. Gonna take out 2 points of endurance. And put in 2 more points into luck. Oh no, it's not luck. It's not luck. Oops. And then we put 2 points of perception. And I buy quick hands. Or fast hands, excuse me, fast hands. Fast fighter. Fast fighter, I needed it, I didn't know. Fast fighter. This leaves me 1 point in endurance. I like that thick skin. Or even fireproof. Fireproof's super nice, but I don't think it works the way I want it to. So... lock and load. I can't fit any more cards, though. Oh no, they changed it. They changed it. So I do want thick skin. No, I need Incisor. I need Incisor, and I don't know why I don't have it. Yeah, I need Incisor. That's a must-have card. Fuck. So that leaves me 1 point in endurance. I don't think there's... In Fallout 76, what are the recommended perks for pirate weapons?
To pull off a proper pirate build in Fallout 76, especially with the 2025/2026 ghoul updates, you're looking at a hybrid of black powder weapons, the broadsider, and one-handed melee. Because these weapons are notoriously slow to reload, your perk setup should focus on reload speed, VATS crits, and durability. 1. Essential pirate weapon perks. Depending on which ship grade weapon you are using, you need these specific cards. Weapon type core perk cards. P.E.C.I.A. L effect black powder pistol guns export to sheets as is non-auto pistol damage. Black powder rifle rifleman perception increases non-auto rifle damage. The broadsider heavy gunner strength increases heavy weapon damage. It's a portable cannon. Cutlass/sword gladiator strength increases one-handed melee damage. Export to sheets 2. The reload and speed suite, crucial for pirates, since most pirate weapons only have one shot. These are non-negotiable. Ground pounder perception. Even though it says rifles, it provides a plus 30% reload speed boost that is vital for the black powder rifle and the dragon. Lock and load strength essential if you use the broadsider cannon. It grants plus 30% reload speed. Gun tricks agility, new for ghouls, a new perk that adds a flat plus 30% reload speed at max rank. Wild West hands luck ghoul Perk gives a 36% chance to instantly reload your weapon when the clip is empty, perfect for single-shot black powder guns. Speed Demon mutation grants a flat plus 30% reload speed. 3. Explosive and utility perks. A true pirate loves things that go boom. Asterisk Militia Expert Intelligence. This directly increases the damage of your broadsider and any explosive legendary effects on your pistols/rifles. Grenadier Perception increases the blast radius of the broadsider's cannonballs. Gunsmith Intelligence. Black powder weapons break very fast. You need this to keep your gear from shattering mid-fight. Incisor Strength. If you use a sword for close combat, this allows you to ignore 75% of your target's armor. 4. The Pirate King gear strategy. The weapon, look for the Pirate Punch, a unique black powder pistol, or a quad broadsider. The favorite wheel trick, instead of reloading one gun, carry 5 or 6 black powder pistols on your favorite wheel. Fire one, swap to the next, fire, swap. It's much faster than waiting for the reload animation. The armor, use Civil Engineer armor. It has a set bonus that makes your weapons break 35% slower, which is a lifesaver for fragile antique guns. Ghoul tip, if you have turned into a ghoul, keep your glow meter high to benefit from the Fast Fighter perk, which converts your movement speed into even more reload speed. Would you like me to put together a full SPECIAL point distribution for a level 50 pirate build?
No, I'm good. Thank you. Here, this is the card I'm missing.
Fair enough. Sounds like you're all set to tear up Los Santos on a power surge and pillage the wasteland with your cannons. If you run into any more brain fog or need help with another build later on, just give me a shout. Have fun out there.
I would take 2 points out of charisma and 1 point out of endurance. I think hard bargain should be on all the time. It kind of sucks that I don't have it. I'm gonna switch up. I have good, I have good pirate weapons. Oops. There we go. That's the other really good thing I have. That red terror is really good. I only have room for like one more weapon. I can't believe I modded that. I don't need the stim pike. It was for a particular use case that I don't use. Quad the dragon, bluish branding, 2-shot the dragon, and which is like my shotgun, and then boomstick. Yep. And yep. And this thing 2 shots. I wish I could re-roll, but this is a dragon. Yeah, what's the actual stats on it? It's like weapons break slower, 25% damage while aiming, and so this thing is like way more of like a sniper weapon. Yeah, the cursor's tighter. No, I don't know. This thing's about the same, really. I like dragons. Well, let's go do this thing before it times out. I love this spec. They've fixed this game significantly. Oh. He blew up. This is like how Fallout used to be. But better. Way better. I love this spec. Reload's way better now. Oh my god, look how fast that rocket launcher reloads. I can push out the damage now. I want to switch it up. Hi, kitty. You want to sit on my lap? You're very welcome to. Hi. Beautiful kitty. I'm trying to get in my box here to get out my pirate punch. Sort by name. Is there a difference between these two? That one's a little bit less. This one's worth a lot more for whatever reason. Pirate punch. No, I think this is a better setup. Oh yeah, I bought a new motorcycle. Oops. Almost lost it. Look, I instant found it. I instant found it immediately. Nice. .12. Go test out this motorcycle. This is supposed to have the fastest acceleration in the game. Oh, I like the digital readout, it's cool. because it gets you going again really fast. Like that's what I like about my Prius too. It has good acceleration. Like this thing, it gets going up the hill. It gets going up the hill much faster, especially sideways. Oh, and that's death. Oh. Weird. You're okay, kitty, if you want to stay. Hey, what the... Head over here a little bit. Yeah. You sit on your bed. Oh. So. Sit. That was abs hurt so bad. Ugh. Something is like glitching out. I'm just going to relog now. Or no, I don't know. There, it finally stopped. Craft or scrap a melee weapon. There was the big one, complete a daily challenge. I hit the vendor cap limit. I'm at 15K again. I'm ready to blow 7,000 more caps again. 111 out of 120. Let's place some notes up. Plan for egg carrier backpack. That's a good one. Undershirt and jeans. Recipe for disease cure. That's good. That'll sell too. And that's good. So we'll go put notes up for sale. Antique globe of Mars, that's 1,000. Kitchen stove. Medium glazed pot. Metal bed. Metal diner doors. Planned military cot. Clan milk vending machine. Modern paintings. Mounted thrasher. Nuka-Cade poster. T-45 headlamp vault boy. Cranberry meatball grinder. Okay. And we're back up to 120. Man, some of these, yeah, like, I wish the cheap ones would sell. I should maybe take them off for more expensive things, but